It never looked at me to say start.
I did start this recording here, so double win. The site is addressed at 141 Moonridge Drive. The applicant sent in a letter with an update on June 20th, 2025. Items approved but not yet started are listed here for your review. My findings were the effective date of CUP 2322 was July 25th of 2023. Legal notice was posted. Agency comments received. DEQ provided their standard boilerplate letter. Staff comments and questions. Since the approval of CUP 2322, approximately 28 acres of the overall parcel have been approved for subdivision 25-009 Wood Run Heights subdivision. And then I requested whether or not conditions of approval had been accomplished. And then they responded. They gave us quite a large response letter, and I'm sure you all had time to read through that. We received a letter from the Valley County engineer today, and this is Exhibit 1. You have a copy of it in front of you. And he said Valley County owns a 65-foot right-of-way along Moonridge Drive. And then he has recommendation, mitigate impacts to transportation services on those roads identified above by negotiating with developer, payment of road improvement costs attributable to traffic generated by proposed development. The value of the developer's proportionate share may be determined by several methods, and he listed those. And so, I believe that there's a condition of approval with this CUP. And they will have to work with the Valley County Road Department. And I do believe they complied no, they need to enter into the development agreement, so they'll have to comply with this letter in accordance with 676511A of the Idaho state statutes. And they did, Dan was saying we do have this right of way here, and at some point this road will be moved so that it's not such a tight corner. Okay. That ends my staff report.
Thank you, Cinda. Any questions for staff? Okay, now we will hear from the applicant. Please state your name and address for the record.
Heidi Schneider, Brundage Mountain Resort. I think that you guys received a response from Ken Ryder. Detailed response. He's the general manager for Brundage Mountain Resort. Brundage is in compliance with the CUP. There really have not been, as staff stated, a lot of the items that were requested in the CUP have just not begun. Brundage has been focusing on the tubing hill and having a safe, good family environment. And so these are still items that they want to do in the future. But right now, in compliance with the CUP and hoping to get some of these things kicked off in the future. Ken has been in touch with Dan Kuntz on and off, and so they're working towards a solution on the development agreement. So, any questions for me?
I don't have any.
No. Okay.
Thank you. So do we need to take a vote requesting the additional conditions of approval?
It was noticed as a public hearing.
Yep.
It is a
You
public
need to do
hearing?
the public hearing.
Oh,
Because this is a review and a public hearing.
it's both. Okay.
Yeah, because you're looking to see if they're bothering anybody,
Okay.
the neighborhood.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, at this time, we will open up the public hearing. Are there any proponents to the application? Anyone who's neutral? Anyone who's opposed? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and open it up to commissioners.
I don't see any negatives on this one at all, so there's no negative public comment. We're working on the development agreements, fighting with the CUP rules.
Mhm.
Allowing it to continue makes sense.
I would agree. And then I would just add the additional condition to work with the Valley County engineer on that
That-
road agreement.
Yeah, that is actually phrased differently because this is an older CUP.
Okay.
And it currently says applicant must enter into a development agreement with the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with Idaho State Statute 676511A. That was number 5.
Okay.
That's before we start issuing building permits and things.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion, well, do you need to make the motion or can you approve a motion if she's acting chair?
Did you make the motion yet?
No.
So you make the motion, she can
She
second
can
it.
Second it. Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve, continuation for CUP 2322 Activity Barn, inclusive of the condition of approval under 6567-11A.
I will second that. It's been moved and seconded. You do have, is it 15 days or 10 days?
10 days.
There is a 10-day appeal process according to Valley County Code 9-SH-12.
5H-12.
5H. Oh my gosh. 5H-12. Lovely
Sorry, my
handwriting.
writing.
Okay. We will welcome Heidi back to the board. Okay. Up next, CUP 23-29 Gear Herd Glamping Site review. Are there any ex parte communication or contact?
No.
No.
Cinda, your staff report, please.
Get an aerial up here. So this is located in the Crown Point area on Stanley Drive. This location. It's right here. So, staff report for CUP 2329 Gearhead Glamping Site Review. The applicants are Wade and Carla Gearhead. The site's address to 41 Stanley Drive in Crown Point Subdivision Number 9, Lot 14, Block 3. It's 0.9 acres. In July of 2023, a CUP amendment for a glamping site was approved. A condition of approval required a review and public hearing in 2025. The P&Z Commission will assess impacts and compatibility. Notice was sent to relevant agencies and property owners within 300 feet of the property line, asking if there were any issues of concern. The applicant set an update of property improvements and rules. The site is currently rented to guests who wish to camp in their own RV or time. Guest limit is 2 people. Valley County Code Table 9-3-1 categorized this under 5 commercial uses. E, recreation business. The 0.9 acre site is addressed at 41 Stanley Drive. Access is from Stanley Drive, a public road. The plat for Crown Point Subdivision Number 9 was recorded on April 13th, 1971. This predated the requirement for 1 acre minimum lot sizes for residences on septic systems. And this office is not aware of any CC&Rs or homeowners associations. The effective date of the CUP was July 25th, 2023. Legal notice was posted in the Star News, sent to neighbors, sent to agencies, posted on the Valley County website. We received the standard letter from DEQ. We received no public comments. And then staff comments and questions. The application was for a short-term rental of a geodome or yurt on a wooden deck. That does not qualify as a residential dwelling. The structure was to be approximately 300 square feet in size. This structure has not been completed. In 2023, the site had RV hookups and 2 small sheds on the property that were placed prior to building permit requirements. One of the sheds has a toilet attached to the existing septic system. The septic system is sized for 6 people. Recent online advertising is attached. The applicant should state their plans for the site. No comments nor testimony from the public were received for the 2023 public hearing. Only Central District Health and Steve Hull, the Cascade Fire Chief, commented on the proposal. Staff has not received complaints regarding the rental site. And I questioned whether or not the conditions of approval had been accomplished. Condition of approval number 3 said the use will be established within 1 year of the day of approval, or a permit extension will be required. Number 5, all lights shall be fully shielded so that there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. Shall obtain a building permit for new structures, including the deck for the dome or yurt. Minimum building setback shall be 50 feet from the front and rear property lines and 30 feet from the side property lines. Must comply with the requirements of the Cascade Fire District. Must obtain approval from Central District Health. Must clearly mark the property lines. Maximum occupancy of the site for rentals is limited to 2 vehicles and 2 people. Rules concerning fires, noise, and everything else has to be posted. And they were supposed to submit a copy of that to planning and zoning. Guests must restrain animals to keep them from trespassing onto neighboring properties. Shall give neighbors a phone number to contact someone 24 hours per day. Wants to know if this was done. And then it lists, no shooting of firearms on site. Campfires must be maintained in a fire ring. Noxious weeds must be controlled. Smoke detectors. The rest of noise limitations from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. No parking in the public road right of way. Not hold events such as weddings, large family reunions, dances, concerts. There should be no RVs on site in order to expand maximum of 2 guests. And then they had to return in 2 years in a public hearing to determine if use continues to be compatible with the surrounding land uses. So that's the staff report for this. There are some pictures of the site here. There's not a lot going on. It was on Airbnb. You have all of those pictures in your packet. There's the fire ring. Sort of table. I don't know if this RV is their RV or an RV on a different property. I don't know if their septic system has been put in. Okay. So that ends my staff report.
Thank you, Cinda. Any questions for staff?
I do have one. Since this was approved for a yurt, but they're really using it as an RV site, is there any modifications that we would make to the CUP, or is that be done under the same CUP with the intent?
Well, that's kind of what we're after tonight. Is, when they established this, they had a couple of RV sites for their personal use, and then they decided they wanted to do a yurt or a geodome. And rent it out to people, maximum of 2 people. They haven't transitioned to that yet. Nothing said that they could rent out an RV or the site. They were going to create the geodome or the yurt. So that's a P&Z commission decision. I mean, are we letting them transition? You need to find out when those improvements are going to be done. So we have, something to track. See if they want to continue that. I think if it's going to be an RV park where they rent out RVs, we should probably have another public hearing, would be my opinion. because that is different than a yurt or a geodome, which contains some of the impacts.
Okay,
Okay.
understood, thank you.
You're good.
No questions.
Okay. All right. Well, that ends the staff report, and we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Wade Gearhart. I'm at 12774 West Woodville in Boise, Idaho. Yeah, I got the property up at Stanley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Wade Gearhart and my wife Carla. We are the owners of Zen Properties LLC. We currently operate a quiet couples glamping retreat. When our CUP was originally approved, the intent was to put a dome or a yurt on a deck. We haven't yet been able to do that. But the spirit of the glamping site, the goals of the glamping site, to have a couples retreat, we feel like we've met those goals. Since approval, we have been able to restore the property somewhat. We removed an old trailer. We had to cut it up. It was just the angle iron. It was actually I-beam, stout stuff that was embedded in the ground. And so we had to section that up and haul it to the dump. We repaired the septic lines and then buried them. They were exposed last time we met. So they're all underground now. We created a fire pit. I need to update the pictures. I took the masonry block out and it's all natural stone now. And I'm going to level it off some more. Yeah. Okay, and we did post rules for the guests with quiet hours and cleanup and the fire safety and respectful conduct, and the rules are posted actually on the power pole, and there was a picture on the power pole. So these, let's see, they're on the power pole right now. So that's it's an old picture. We also added cell service. There's a booster that allows you to get cell service there. We added native wildflowers to the property, basically where I did the septic restoration. So that's wildflowers coming up there, and low ground level lighting. So why it hasn't been the dome hasn't been installed yet? The retreat functions as we envisioned, with the low impact place for couples to connect with nature. So guests arrive with their RV and stay just a few days. So it's a small, quiet, managed site. We only allow one couple at a time, one RV. That's it. So we feel like it's pretty low threshold on the impact, just the one RV. We understand the commissioner's role in balancing the growth with the land use, and we want to be part of that balance. We're just trying to share our land while preserving natural beauty there, and have a couples retreat. So today we ask that the commission allow us to continue renting the property, and yeah, we believe it in good faith and stewardship that we can get that done today. I know that the pictures were taken, Cinda, I think, like this past week, but that's not a current picture there. That's got to be off my website or something, I guess.
It is.
Yeah, we have those posted. I don't even see the door on it. So yeah,
This
we'll
is
have to
off the Airbnb.
yeah, we'll have to get
website.
new pictures. So at any rate, do y'all have questions for me?
Thank you, Wade. Yes, I'll start off. I do have a question for you. So the reason the yurt hasn't been completed, is it timing, funding?
Well, it's funding.
Okay.
That's
and
why
then-
we started renting it, I suppose. Is
Okay.
Try to get some funding. It paid for the plumber.
Mhm.
You know.
And what is your intention? Is it to complete that yurt at some point?
Hopefully, I mean
Mm-hmm.
the deck was 30K, so it's more than we thought. That's for sure. So I mean that would be great if we could do that still. Looked at the yurt down in Donnelly at the restaurant. It's just outstanding. So and they got that from a school secondhand, but that's still 30K. So 30, 30 for the deck, 30 for the yurt, and then furnishings and whatnot. So that's where we're at. It's funding.
Okay. And then you mentioned ground lighting. Is that all dark sky compliant?
It's all facing down. Is
Yep.
that what you mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's all, yeah. In fact, they don't last as long as you think, I suppose. And so we're gonna redo that again. We put those in a while back, and it's time to redo those again. I like them to look sharp.
Thank you. Any other questions for Wade?
Just a couple of simple ones. There was, I believe, a requirement for 250-gallon barrels for fire protection and
There's
fire
250 gallons.
extinguishers.
They are there along with a shovel, a wheelbarrow, and it's a hand pump. Is all it is. It's just a crank that brings the water up through a spigot, and then I've got 5-gallon buckets there that come from the 50-gallon bucket. And yeah, so the two 50-gallon buckets are there.
So you're in compliance with that, I guess. It's that time of year we're all worried about fire here.
For sure, absolutely, and we should be. Yeah, yeah. There's a There's a 275-gallon water cube that I use for the bathroom. Actually, I fill that up, and the plumber put a pump on the wall there, so it pumps from the water cube in through the wall to service the toilet. But I also refill the 50 gallon water jugs there through the big water cube. Just hose it over.
And in not having the yurt, have you had any complaints about having RVs there instead of the yurt?
Hasn't been any complaints. Our customers love us. We don't have a crap load of them, but I mean we get repeated customers. Half a dozen or so repeated customers, and then some new ones. The main thing, they don't like the road. The road in is pretty bad, and we've done some learning with this process. I don't think I'll ever be able to capitalize in the winter with the road, and so I mean, I have to weigh that. Even if I plow, I'm in the process of looking for my own plow attachment on a tractor. You'd have to plow to get them in and plow to get them out around here. So
I was looking more from the neighbors. Have you had any feedback from the neighbors on utilizing an RV instead of the yurt?
I haven't. There's really not many neighbors. I mean, Mr. Engel, Ralph Engel is who we got it from. And he was up there. He took ill and has since passed. And then the bowl that we're in, Stanley's kind of in a bowl and it's split in half. Carter and I bought the one half. And shortly after, another family bought the other half. I never see them. And then there's the road that kind of circles around, and of course nobody's living on the road, but I don't really see neighbors.
Okay. Your intent though still is to build the yurt.
Or dome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll yeah,
That's the desired outcome. Okay.
it is. It's kind of the same one that's there in Donley. That same company out of Washington.
That's what I need. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay. Oh, Cinda?
So you say you've completed the deck in preparation,
The deck was already there. We
but
got a
is it
bid.
for the yurt?
No, it's a different size. It's in between two existing sheds.
Okay.
And there might be part of the deck that can be reused, but honestly, if you're going to pay that kind of money, you just get a fresh deck. It is not big enough to support the yurt. It's just a little deck between.
Questions? No questions? Ken, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and open it up to a public hearing now and hear from anyone who is a proponent of the project. Neutral? A proponent? Are you for the project?
How about using the mics? Everybody's speaking up. You're doing fine. You're 3 feet from that mic. I can't hear you people. I'd like to hear you.
Okay.
Don't be afraid of the mics. All of you, that includes you. You did good, yeah.
Sir, are you here
Go
to speak?
ahead, take your,
Are you here to speak on behalf of this?
can't hear you because you're not on the mic.
Opposition.
Okay. All right. So, no proponents. Anyone neutral? Okay. Opponents of the project? Great. Okay. So Wade, can I get you to step down?
Yeah, proponent. You got it?
Trust me,
Okay, talk right in.
I know how to use them.
Okay. If you just state your name and
I'm
address.
3
for the
years
record.
on a planning. I'm Donald G. Allen. I have owned a piece of property adjacent to this mess since 1972. So I have 20 years' experience on a council, city council. First thing we taught them is to get to the mic so people can hear you. I can't hear, I haven't heard a word you said or anybody else. I haven't heard him because his mic's over here somewhere. But anyway, I'll start off, and you won't just hear me say I don't want this to happen, okay? That's not the way you gotta go about it. First of all, the first thing I see that's a problem is the sewage that's created by the numbers of people and animals, in fact, that's gonna be there. And you have, that area has, and I'm sure you know about it, it's called rotten granite soil. And as you put a drain field in, it just spreads all over because it goes, the water, the fluid from the effluent goes in the rotten granite and spreads into people's water wells and even smells the community out. It isn't a good way to do things in that. That's the first thing. Second thing is that obviously there want lots of people. They're making a thing with variety of ways that you can camp there. And the numbers of people always cause problems as the number increases. It's just a rule of thing. You can't increase numbers of people without increasing in problems. More opportunities for fire. More opportunities just for raising hell when they're not supposed to. There's a whole bunch of things that doesn't fit with our zoning in that area. And my property is adjacent to the property they're developing. They face my driveway. I'm Stanley, 44, and they're 41. And my property is really underneath them. And I love the country up there. I don't understand what they're doing because from what I read about glamping, it is more there are people who want to go and they place these in a place where they've got real good distance of scenery and stuff from there, they can see a lot. And right there, it isn't gonna be that way unless you cut a lot of trees down. And that's part of the problem with fires. You gotta worry about trees being burned down and decreasing the enjoyment of the properties. Fact, when you get more people, you've got quads and then in the winter snowmobiles, and they go places that they're not supposed to. I've been in the area for a long time. We don't use it much when I go up there, I don't want to be overrun by people, and that's what's going to happen. And finally, I don't want to go on forever here, but the final thing is you're going to have to consider the amount of improvement necessary for the roads to access, not only that, but the rest of us in there. They hit them with the grady once a year, and they don't do very good that way. So there's going to be some cost if they're going to have to put in and raise the quality of the roads and everything. Of course, that's another thing, get more people and more trouble. But that's what I see out, and it probably isn't going to bother me very much, depending on how long I am around. But I do live 460 miles away. So when I come, I want to enjoy it.
Of course. Thank you so much for your
So,
comments.
and by the way, if you don't learn anything about what I said there, just learn to use your mics.
I'm getting closer.
Oh, yeah. No kidding.
Thank you. Are there any other?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
This is my son, Donald Jr.
Okay.
And you need a mic too.
I stole his. Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Name is Donald G. Allen Jr. Address is 425 Southwest Highway 224, Estacada, Oregon.
Thank you.
Also enjoyed using this property that my father has. And we have very little impact on the property. We haven't even put up any structure or anything on the ground. We just bring in a tent sometimes or a camper and sit on our property, and it's all self-contained. We kind of appreciate not doing anything to the property. And this installment being put above us, they have a lack of the plans they drew up and showed in explaining what they're doing and how everything works. It looks like some kid drew it. It isn't really a professional way to present something for improvement. You need something drawn to show what's happening with the waste, what's happening with the ground, not simple drawings. You need something that can be seen by anyone and understood. And so I would think you would encourage that so you can easily understand what's being done there, what's happening with the wastewater and where the drain off might go. And that's concerns for us since we are not only adjacent to the property, but downhill from it. So whatever comes downhill comes onto our property. And that's why there's a big concern there about it. And increasing the volume of people there, we'd rather see it like it's been. Pretty much families own a piece of property there and they come to visit the piece of property. Not a lot of this glamping and renting out, I don't think. I haven't been involved enough or in the area enough. Just like Dad said, we come out here a weekend here and there, maybe a couple times a year, maybe once every other year. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it. I'd really consider not doing any further increasing or improvements.
Thank you. All right, are there any other opponents? Okay, we'll take a rebuttal from the applicant. If you could come and address any concerns by your neighbors for the commission?
Fellas, I mean, I guess I can get with.
If you could address us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Fellas, I guess, that's weird. Yeah, I guess I can get with the county and ask what recommendations they would have for water. Now, there is an approved septic on there already. And though leaking, I had it inspected. Actually, Honeybee inspected it in 2024 to make sure everything looked good. But yeah, I mean, we can do whatever we need to do to make sure there's not like septic water going downhill into their space. I get that. That would not be good. So that's a valid concern. But probably not an issue, and I can make sure by confirming that with some professionals somewhere, I think. As far as the road goes, he's right. The road is stinko right there, and there's not a lot they can do with it because it's hard granite right up to the road. The fellow who put the road in originally on that place some 20 plus years ago was still active in the valley and doing work today, Rob, and he's done other work for me before. And he says you can't scrape it down any further. It's granite. It's attached to the core of the earth. He said. So I brought in landscaping rock to minimize a bunch of it, a couple tons so far, to minimize how much is washing downhill. And it's right there at the entrance of the property. It's valid concerns, and we can do whatever we need to do to address those concerns. I appreciate those concerns.
I have a question. You said that there is already a septic installed?
Yeah.
Okay, and was that what you installed? You had that installed for the yurt, or that was existing?
That was existing. The thing is that the piping that went to the toilet was above ground. It wasn't buried, and so that's what we buried here this year. Actually, it was September. We did it in the snow, November last year.
Okay.
So we put that underground. When the sun hits that piping, it doesn't last a whole heck of a long time. It's not the ground that gets, it's the sun, so it's underground now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to confirm two things, if I may, Wade. One, that the septic system was approved by Central District Health.
Yes, sir. That's on
Yeah,
file somewhere. I'm not exactly sure,
Okay.
but
It was approved.
yes, sir.
And then the number of customers is limited to 2 at a time.
You want a couples retreat. That's what we advertise. My wife says, so how do you know? How do you know it's really 2? I'm like, well, how does anybody know? That's our rule. That's what's on the site. I mean, we do a drive-by. We certainly go in afterwards to make sure it's like cleaned up and scrub the toilet and whatnot. Doesn't look like a party zone. 2 is all we really want. That is our target audience, couples.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Question, is your residence close by? Are you on the same lot? You say you come by after guests have been there,
I have different property on Crown Point.
but
My residence is in Boise.
so here's my question. Do you frequent the site? How often?
Every weekend during the summer, we're up here. I mean, that's what we do. This Cascade, Crown Point, that's our lives for 34 years.
And then permitting of the drain field meets the qualifications of the setbacks on the property line. Is that correct?
I believe so. Everything is like up and up. I mean, honestly, it's all in the documents of the septic and whatnot. I mean, I don't have like numbers to share, like it's this or that, but it's all permitted. That's what I can tell you. It's all good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for commissioner deliberation. You can have a seat. Thank you.
So I think the concern is that the use doesn't meet the existing CUP.
That's correct.
It sounds to me like they're doing a good job managing that, but based on process that other applicants have to go through. Perhaps we have them come back with a request to amend the CUP to allow for RVs.
I agree, I think they're meeting the requirements, other than it's an RV instead of a yurt. Their management of the property seems appropriate. They're within code on minimizing guests. They have Central District Health approved septic systems. But they don't have a yurt, which is what we originally approved, so I would suggest they come back and modify the CUP, or if it's a different CUP, they apply for that. It doesn't feel like the yurt is imminent, put it that way, or there's another name for it, but the geodome isn't imminent at this point.
Madam Co-Chair, I just want to, I was on the commission when this was approved originally, and it has yet to fulfill its original design. So if the use is going to change to RVs, I think the appropriate action would be to have the applicant reapply for the use that they're intending, and then run it through the regular process like everybody else.
We'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion,
Apologies.
Like it. To modify, or to require they modify their CUP, or?
yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to require the applicant to resubmit an application to modify, CUP 23-29. To include the current use.
Second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we will request that CUP 23-29 Gerhard Glamping site resubmit their application with current intentions for use. There is a 10-day appeal period. What's that? Oh, we need to vote.
Huh?
We need to vote. Yes.
Yes, you
All
have
in,
to vote. Call for a motion. Or
Well, I was
vote.
first, you were second, all in
Yes.
favor.
yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion passes. There is a 10-day appeal period to the Valley County Commissioners according to 9-5H-12, the Valley County Code. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. Our chair is returned.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to apologize. If you are planning to go through the canyon, allow an extra hour and a half of travel time. It is a mess down there. So I apologize for being late this evening. Does anybody need a break, or you want to keep on rolling?
Let's roll.
Okay, we are now approaching the new business. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for taking over for me while I was gone. New business this evening. First up is conditional use permit 25-012, the Weidman short-term rentals. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No.
No. Okay, seeing none, Cinda, staff report.
Okay, I'm getting this is their site here. I'll actually turn that off so you can see it better. They have an existing house, an existing accessory dwelling unit. This is on the south side of Coho subdivisions. So CUP 25-012, Woodman short-term rental. The applicant is Spencer and Jamie Woodman. The property is addressed at 64 Salmon Loop in Coho Estate subdivision, lot 64, and it is 2 acres. The applicant's requesting a CUP for the short-term rental of an existing home. The 3-bedroom home would be available for short-term rentals, which is less than 30 days at a time, when not used by the property owners. The applicant did not specify the number of guests allowed, but would be limited to 6 guests per Central District Health. There's also a 700 square foot 1-bedroom apartment above the garage, and it was allowed in addition to the primary residence by an accessory dwelling unit permit 2008-03. This apartment would be used by the property owners. An individual well and individual septic system are used. The 2-acre site is addressed at 64 Salmon Loop. Access is from Salmon Loop, a public road. The CUP is required to short-term rent either the home or the apartment for less than 30 days. An ADU must be rented for a minimum of 30 days or more. In addition, ADUs are permitted only when one of the residences on the property is owner-occupied. The owner-occupied structure does not need to be a primary residence, and that's why they've come in for the CUP. The application was submitted May 15th. Legal notice was posted in the Star News, sent to agencies, sent to neighbors, posted on the Valley County website, and the site was posted June 24th. Agency comments received. Brent Copes, Central District Health, has no objection. The system was sized for 4 bedrooms, so a maximum of 8 people are allowed to reside in the dwelling. Jerry Hollenbeck, Donley Fire Marshal, listed requirements for fire, driveway, and liquefied petroleum gas. DEQ submitted their standard letter. We received no public comments. The site is relatively flat, and it's surrounded by single-family residential subdivision lots and a single-family residential parcel. The proposal is categorized under 2 residential uses, J, multiple residences on 1 parcel. Listed different areas of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 32. The site's within the Downey Fire District and a HERD district. It's within Water District 65K, but not within an irrigation district. What is the maximum number of guests they're going to be allowing? Residential use setbacks requiring a CUP are 30 feet from the front, rear, and side street property lines and 15 feet from all side property lines. However, this is a conversion of an existing residential building. The site shows setbacks of 41 feet from the front property line, 60 from the rear, 10 feet from the westerly side property line, and approximately 25 plus feet from the easterly side property line. Apartments should be assigned a separate physical address to improve response times from emergency services and lessen confusion between the residences. And the lot does meet the density requirements of Valley County Code 9-5C6. Proposed conditions of approval, 1 through 4 are the typical ones. I don't know if you want me to be reading through all of those. You had them ahead of time. All exterior lights on the site must comply with Valley County lighting ordinance. All lights should be fully shielded so there's not an upward or horizontal projection of lights. Must have approval from Central District Health. Septic systems and drain fills must be maintained on a regular basis. Recommend pumping septic systems every 3 years. Must comply with Downey Fire. All fire rings should be no larger than 3 feet in diameter, and then they shall have shovel, bucket, and fire extinguisher available near the pit. No parking allowed in the setback areas. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. The site must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. Must post the addresses. Shall mark property lines so guests do not enter other private lands. They must restrain their animals. Short-term rentals shall have rules, emergency contacts, emergency exit plans posted. These must also be submitted to P&Z staff and must clearly post the maximum number of guests allowed. They have to pay their sales tax to the state of Idaho. Paying short-term rental guests are limited to a maximum of 6 people in the 3-bedroom residence. We allow 2 people per bedroom for a short-term rental if they're on septic. And there shall be no associated RVs or tents used to supplement the maximum occupancy. No events such as weddings are allowed by guests. A short-term rental annual update form is required and shall work with the Valley County Road Department and Planning and Zoning Director on a development agreement for off-site infrastructure improvements that will be approved by the Valley County Board of County Commissioners. you can see their site on the screen. Main house, accessory dwelling unit in the garage, lots of landscaping. Public roads on 2 sides. And that ends my staff report.
Questions for staff?
No.
Cindy, could you remind me whether the CCNRs in Coho Estates are silent on the issue?
I don't know. When Coho Estates was platted, it was about 29 years ago. And there wasn't such a thing as a
Do they have
short-term
an
rental.
Do they have an HOA?
Yes.
Yeah. But we don't enforce CCNRs.
Right.
If someone applies for a short-term rental and the CCNRs prohibit it, we will issue it. Because that's between the property owners.
And
It was platted in 1994,
and the reasoning that we have,
phase 1.
the reasoning we have the limit of 2 occupants per bedroom in the facility is to correspond with Central District Health's loading requirements for the drain fields. Is that
The
correct?
septic system, yes.
Just a comment, when the conditions of approval, you asked quickly, but we moved through it, is I'm okay not having read them just for expediency for everybody
Okay.
here. 'Cause we're
I
reading
appreciate
ahead
that
of
unless
time,
there's a special one.
But I can't speak for all the commissioners, so a head nod or something if they're.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just for the public's comment, our information, a lot of our conditions of approval are repeated on every conditional use permit that we have, so a lot of them are standard, so. Other questions for Cindy? Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. If you'd come to the microphone, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
Spencer Widman, this is my wife Jamie. Address is 2191 West Seldovia in Kuna. We split time between 64 Salmon Loop and Kuna, Idaho. Like I said, it's a stick-built home, single family, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. We'd like to short-term rent the main house. The additional dwelling unit is used exclusively by us, that and the garage. We did look up, there is an HOA, just for your reference. And we did look at the CCNRs. They're silent. There's no, they don't speak to short-term rentals at all, other than the buildings have to be used as they were permitted. I do know that there is another short-term rental property in the neighborhood, 2 streets up from us, but nothing prohibiting it in the CCNRs. We're not going to allow fire pits, and then or pets. No animals will be allowed when they're renting the main property. The one question that we did have, the septic was approved for 4 bedrooms, and I understand the 8 people. On the rare occasion that we're not occupying the ADU, due to the septic size, is 8 people, 8 guests allowable if there's no more than 8 in the entire property, or is that I'm confused on whether that's a septic size or number of rooms in the residence.
Okay, that's a question for us. Cindy,
Um,
my understanding is it's in the unit, in the structure.
well, Central District Health said they would allow 8 guests because the septic is approved for 4 bedrooms. But our short-term rental ordinance, which they're asking for a special use from, requires 2 per bedroom because of the septic system. So if Central District Health says that there can be 8, I don't think there would be an issue if they're not on site. I think that's what Central District Health was trying to say.
But I think Spencer's question
Well, and
was,
we just want to make sure that we're advertising it for the proper number. We'll advertise it for 8 if it's allowed with us not on site, but if it's an ordinance based on the rooms in the main dwelling off of 3 bedrooms, we'll just keep it at 6.
so let me clarify something. Did you intend to have the guests only stay within the structure and not on the property, like in tents or RVs?
Yeah, no, it's just the bedrooms
Okay.
on the property.
All right.
But the house is a 3-bedroom?
The main house is 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, yes. And the reason I ask is there's bunk beds and built-in beds in one of the rooms, which would bring the total sleeping arrangement to 8. If that's a non-starter, then we'll keep it at 6. In any case, when we're there, which we hope to be often, it would be capped at 6 in the main house.
We could put a condition, 8 guests allowed if ADU is vacant.
And then another question, on conditional use permits, they're usually associated with the property. Do you have issue if this conditional use permit expires upon the sale of the property?
No, we don't have an issue with that.
Thank you. And the reason I ask that question is, you're the applicant, you're here, you understand what the conditions of approval are. If it's sold, someone else may or may not
Sure.
live up to those same
That makes
standards.
sense.
Any other testimony, any presentation?
Pending any of your questions, it's pretty cut and dry. We don't have.
You'll have an opportunity to rebuttal if anyone in
Okay.
the audience wants to testify.
Okay.
Right.
One quick question, sorry.
Question.
Sure.
Came in at the very end here. Are you willing to put a separate address on the ADU?
Yes, we don't know what the process for that is, but we are willing to put an address for the ADU itself.
I can say no.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone who is undecided that would like to speak? Is there anyone that is opposed to the application? Seeing none, let the record show that there was no testimony received. Unless the applicant has anything to rebut from testimony, which there wasn't, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back for deliberation amongst the commission. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
Hearing no objections to the project, I don't have any issue. CUP with stated conditions.
The limitation at 8, if the ADU is occupied, and 6 if it is.
Okay, and then I also heard the applicants say that they do not want to have fire pits or pets.
Yep.
And then they're also in agreement of posting a second address and then add the sunsetting of the condition upon the sale of the property, if it's ever sold. What I'm hearing. Okay, any other discussion? Motions?
Make a motion to approve CUP 25-012 with stated conditions.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve conditional use permit 25012, Weidman short-term rentals with conditions of approval as stated. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed. There is a 10-day appeal period, which anyone can appeal the decision of this commission to the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, thank you for your attendance. Next up this evening is SUB's subdivision 25-013, the Eld Ranch Estates, asking for a preliminary plat. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No.
So I'm going to declare not a conflict of interest, but I do want to disclose that I used to farm some of the property that was owned by the Eld Ranches, but not this property or any of the phases of it in the future. So I just wanted to disclose that for the record. Okay. First up, we'll go ahead and have the staff report. Cindy?
Okay. The staff report for SUB 2513 El Ranch Estates preliminary plat. The applicant is the Greater Good Investments LLC. The property owner is Eld Ranch Investments LLC. The property is 55 acres. Request is for 20 single-family residential lots and 2 open space lots. The proposed size of lots range from 1.5 to 4 acres. Individual septic systems and individual wells are proposed. All proposed utilities, including electric, cable, television, and telephone, would be installed underground. Wetlands will be delineated. The portion of lot 20 within the floodplain has been noted as a no-build zone. The applicant states there are no existing or proposed irrigation ditches, streams, drainage ditches, or known underground water courses at this site. Proposed plat includes the dedication of a 70-foot wide right-of-way for Gold Fork Road. The lots would be accessed from new paved private roads onto Gold Fork Road, which is a public road. There's an existing ingress-egress along the northern portion that has been included in the plat. CC&Rs and a wildfire urban interface fire protection plan will be submitted at a future date, and we have received that. A water tank for fire suppression is proposed in lot 9. The length of the proposed road is approximately 2,925 linear feet. Therefore, a variance in accordance with Valley County Code 1044F6 is requested. A neighborhood meeting is required by Valley County Code 9-5H1D was held on April 30th. The application was submitted May 27th. Legal notice was posted in the Star News, sent to agencies, sent to neighbors, posted on the Valley County website, and then posted on site June 24th. Brent Copes, the Central District Health, stated subdivision application fees, test holes, groundwater monitoring, and engineering reports are required. Bill Shippey, Water District 65 Water Master, stated the property is a portion of 2 water rights. An irrigation system to deliver water to each parcel is required per Idaho State Statute 31-3805. Jerry Hollenbeck, Donley Fire Marshal, listed requirements for roads, driveways, addressing, fire protection, water supply, and wildfire prevention. All roads shall be inspected and approved by Donley Fire prior to the final plat. A 30,000-gallon underground water storage tank is required. DEQ submitted their standard letter. Public comments received. Simcoe Estates Board of Directors are opposed to any proposed secondary road access through Simcoe Estates. The paved roads within Simcoe subdivision were paid for by property owners in a shared cost arrangement with Valley County. These include Barker Lane, Barker Loop, Zune Lane, and Leland Drive. Additional traffic would increase wear on the streets and negatively impact Simcoe Estates property owners. And then a staff comment after talking with Jeff McFadden was that the HOA paid for the oil to make the asphalt. Bob and Jerry Luffel, Barber Loop, stated this first phase of development seems reasonable and consistent with the surrounding area. They oppose any future road access through Eld Ranch Estates, from Eld Ranch Estates through Simcoe Estates. Kurt and Michelle Stelling are opposed to any secondary access through Simcoe Estates. They're concerned about the effect on wildlife. Larger lots might be more favorable. The area has rolling topography and portions have slopes in excess of 15%. The appropriate wetland area is shown on the preliminary plat, grass and some treed areas. To the north are single-family residential parcels and lots, agricultural and dry grazing. To the south are single-family residential parcels and lots. East is agricultural, which is dry grazing and timber, and then west is single-family residential parcels, grandfathered gravel pit. The proposal is categorized under 2 residential uses, C subdivision for single-family subdivision. Listed different areas of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 24. I listed that you should do your own compatibility rating. Put an excerpt from Appendix A in here and how you assign those numbers. Staff comments and questions. The site is within the Donley Fire District and Water District 65. It's not within an irrigation district nor a HERD district. The application states there are water rights. Additional CUPs and subdivision applications will be required for any additional phases. This application is only for the area shown on the preliminary plat. The applicant's asking for a variance for the length and a variance for the delayed submittal of the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan. Proposed road length is 2,925 feet. Valley County Code states cul-de-sac streets shouldn't be over 900 feet unless they're specifically approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The application cover letter refers to additional phases and amenities such as walking paths. Any easements for pathways for this particular plat should be included on the final plat. Lot 20 looks too small for constructing anything due to the floodplain. What's the grade on the road? What is the maximum grade of the potential driveways? Neil Shippey states the property has a portion of 2 water rights. How are you going to accomplish delivering that to each parcel? Staff recommends a public right-of-way width with private roads for connectivity until such time that the Board of County Commissioners agree to maintain it. What I mean by that is, I think that this should be a public road platted through this to connect with other public roads in the area for future connectivity, and then Valley County won't maintain it until the board decides they want to. Proposed conditions of approval are just our typical ones.
One about a deed. I'm in on the one about a deed for the property. A deed from the applicant to Valley County shall be prepared for the transfer of road right of ways.
Yeah, when we require a dedicated right-of-way, they have to
Oh, they
prepare a
deed that
deed
over.
to deed that to us. Because we always just had them dedicated on a final plat, and then, years later, people say, well, is it really the county's?
Right.
So it's just easier if they deed it to us, so we're doing that now. Then we list all the requirements that we require in the CCNR, so I don't think there were any atypical conditions of approval from the ones that we always require. We received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 is a letter from Arcouche Law Offices, and it's concerning their concerns with Commissioner Roberts and whether, and they were asking for a voluntary recusal to avoid any appearance of impropriety, but the Valley County Legal Counsel said that he doesn't believe Chairman Roberts has an economic interest in this outcome, but he should disclose his prior business with the owner, which he did prior to this hearing starting. Exhibit 2 is a letter from Michelle L. Lowen, and she has, her family has stewarded this land for generations. She believes this project strikes an important balance between respecting rural character and recognizing changing economic realities of ranching and land ownership. She is not leaving the place. She plans to build her own home. We received a letter from Zach Lowen, Exhibit 3, and he is in full support of the Eld Ranch Estates. He grew up in Valley County and it has deep ties to this community and landscape. This project represents more than just a development. It reflects a thoughtful and responsible way to adapt to changing realities. He fully supports Michelle's decision to work with Greater Good Investments and look forward to building their home and raising their children. Dan Kuntz, Valley County Engineer, responded dated July 2nd, and this is Exhibit 4. And he talks about wanting the 70-foot dedicated right-of-way, and then his response that they need to work with him to determine how they're going to mitigate off-site impacts to the road system. Austin Jones. Exhibit 5 submitted a letter Monday, July 7th. He owns property in Simcoe Estates on Leland Drive. He wanted to express his personal opposition, especially concerning the secondary access through Simcoe Estates. Allowing this access would dramatically increase traffic on the roads through their subdivision. It'd be a fundamental change. Understand the need for growth. And then Exhibit 6 was received from the applicant. And this is the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan that was prepared by John Lillyhawk. That was submitted. You each have a copy of that. And then Exhibit 7 is going to be the applicant's presentation on a slideshow, so I won't go through that. But we will take a look. For some reason, I can't see it. Left. Okay, here we go. This is the preliminary plat for phase 1, and this is what you're reviewing tonight. This is a 20-lot subdivision. This is the floodplain area that I was questioning down here. We don't allow development in this floodplain area, so I was questioning whether or not this was large enough for any sort of development here. Okay. This is phase 1. North is over here. There's a pretty picture. They have letters from Fish and Game, and let me see if I can find their event. The thing that people are talking about in Simcoe Estates. Sorry. Is their overall plan. This one. All we're looking at tonight is this phase 1. Here. I can zoom in on that. And future phases. And then if we look at the aerial, it's this area here. All of this. And these are those road access connectivity points that were platted as part of Simcoe Estates. This one is constructed and maintained and plowed by Valley County here, Zune Lane. And this one has not been extended yet. Okay?
Cinda, is that right away owned by the county on both of those?
Yes,
So they are both public rights of way.
yes they are. Roads in Simcoe were dedicated to the public.
Okay. And
In fact, this Zune Lane was recently extended, probably the last 10 years. And I do believe the county plows it.
do you know what the right of way width is on those roads? Is it 70 foot also?
I will measure it for you right now. But it's a newer subdivision. Yeah, so it's a 70 foot if we can show you that subdivision. This is Leland. This is Zune Lane as it goes down right here.
Another question on lot 20, the one that you questioned on the floodplain, do they show on that, and I couldn't see it on the map I was looking at, is that accessed off of the Gold Fork Road?
Yes.
Would have its own separate approach to that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the road is right here. this is the lot line here.
They just didn't show a place for the driveway, but I assume that
No.
that would be on the plat map, so.
See if I can get back down to the other plat. Here. See? All of this is a no build zone because it's in the floodplain. This is the only area outside the floodplain. And I don't know if there are wetlands on that. They would have to delineate that if there are wetlands. Here's Gold Fork Road as it goes through. This is the area we're talking about.
Your question was whether that's a wide enough strip for the setbacks and a building envelope to even be built there.
Right.
Other questions for Cinda at this point?
No.
No.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and have the applicant come forward, and I'm not sure who all is speaking on behalf of the applicant, but please state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Mark Young, 1479 Mace Road, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. So, first, thank you for the opportunity to present our project, Eagle Eld Ranch Estates. I think, go ahead and hit the next slide. Cindy stole a bunch of my briefing, but I will do my best to give you guys a little bit of background, a little color on it. So, as general introduction to the organization, again, my name is Mark Young. My wife Misty is here with me. Collectively together, we make up the Greater Good Investments organization. So we will be acting as the developer for this project. We have partnered with the local company K2 Excavation and Construction. They're represented today by the two owners, Quade Kettering and Nolan Peck. We'll be spending time in McCall this summer off of Mission Street. You'll see them working hard, hopefully. So you're obviously very familiar with the folks at Crestline. They're here to support us related to technical issues on the subdivision and so forth. Our legal representation, Eric Bollinger, is in the back as well. And we did partner with John Lillyhog, who I know you're well familiar with, to help the development of our wildland fire interface plan. So I should also give you a little bit of, I think you've got a good feel for the property as noted. This overall project entails the 3 parcels listed on the left-hand side of the slide, although today we're really focused on the phase we'll refer to as parcel 1 or phase 1. Generally, we'd like to talk about the overall project is we do see this as a multi-phase, multi-year effort. You know, we're starting here with phase 1 with the intent that as we are successful and economics allow, that we would then start moving into other phases of the project. If I was to put a goal out there, it'd be nice to be able to start each phase on an annual basis. So we see this as a long-term project. So I guess this is just the start of our relationship, and we'll hopefully see you much more in the future. I would say our vision for the overall project is to be very consistent with for what you see, say, in Simcoe Estates or the newly established Gold Fork Reserves. Our vision is larger lots, more open spaces. Our intent is to provide a walking path around the lake so people can enjoy the space. We're talking about also adding a picnic area, so families, potential small docks, so you can put your kayaks or whatever in, and thinking about things like sports courts and stuff, but create a very cohesive, very easy, enjoyable environment. And again, being very respectful for obviously our neighbors to the north and south, and also the general environment. And we understand that the wildlife exists out there, and it's a very pristine and very beautiful place, and we look forward to maintaining that long term. So again, but today's discussion is just about phase 1. And as I'll go quick, as Cinda did cover this, our phase 1, the 20 lots. I'll talk a little bit more detail about some of the questions that did come up a little bit later, but yeah, the 20 buildable lots is our proposal with 2 open spaces. Again, the 1.5 to 4 acres is kind of the target for this current. We will be paving all the roads, and we are requesting the access through Gold Fork Road. So next, do you want? I'll kind of go through these a little bit quickly. The items under the question come directly from the staff report. So really the column that's our answers or confirmation, if you will, is to either the questions or the statements made by the term group. Yeah, the correct water rights can be found under water right 65-7200 or 65-7516 for reference. I'll talk a little bit about that toward the end of this list. We clearly understand that we're asking for only phase one at this point in time, and that while we wanted to be able to paint the picture and have you understand about our long-term goals, we are really just talking about this initial 54, 55 acres that's parcel one, or referred to as phase one in this case. Items 3, 4, and 5 kind of collectively, I know, this is our request for some variances related to the submitting of the final wildland interface fire protection plan, and also the request for the exemption on the road for the cul-de-sac purposes. In the cover letter, we completely agree. We talked about the pathways and such, and we're more than happy to incorporate that on the future list. The discussion around lot 20, which is we would agree with Lucinda's concerns about size. When we originally did some rough spacing, we believe that it would support a residence. However, that said, we still haven't done our groundwater testing, so we do know that there would be some other elements that may change that, and we're completely fine with that. Ultimately, if it can't work due to the setbacks and such, we would see this as, for lack of a better term, a dry lot or an open space, or collectively had something that we would just retain as access for us in the future, but not build on it. The question about the road grade, rough average is somewhere between 2.5% to 10%. I think, and we can clarify this with the crest line, but there's only one section that actually gets to 10%, and it's about 300 feet in length in total. The back, while the driveways themselves, we haven't laid those out and calculated the actual potential grade. We don't think that anything's would not exceed the county limits, and ultimately when Rob and I spent a little time looking at some of the layouts, we really think that the greatest could be 10%. So we do plan to accommodate the requirements there, so we don't think that's a concern. So as it relates to the discussion with Neil Shipley, I was able to contact him yesterday. We had a brief discussion with some questions about the overall water use and what is defined as a delivery system for the water rights. Now, our original intent with the water rights was to retain those under the association or the corporation and be able to utilize those water rights to support some of the common areas, which was mainly, if you will, in the future phases. I had some questions for him in which he didn't have explicit answers for at this point in time, but he said, hey, let me do some research and I'll get back to you. I gave him the goal that, hey, we're meeting today and anything he could do would be appreciated, but I have not heard from him. So I guess as part of this discussion here today, we know that there's some additional information. We need to go do some due diligence and firmly figure part of that out. But we understand this, the statute, but it's a little general in nature, so it's going to take a little more time on that. The question about the access request for the right of way, we don't have any issues and concern. We just want to understand a little bit more around that and the clarification of what that means if we're deeding over the property and what the value of the land is compared to what maybe contributions we need to make to make improvements. We probably want to discuss that at some point in time. So on the wildland urban interface plan, John was with us in our initial discussions with the fire district, with Jess when he was here, and Jess, I think Jerry was there as well. So he's been involved since roughly February timeframe. Later April timeframe, Nolan and I had the opportunity to do a site tour with John, look at the topography, look at the fuel sources, talk about mitigation options and so forth that helped in the development of the plan. I listed as, although I submitted it, and I probably should have been more clear, there was probably still kind of in draft form, but I will tell you it's probably 90-95% complete. And what John and I have talked about is that some discussion around some of the fine tuning. He's doing a little more research because one of his proposals or one of his ideas in there is a fuel break, which would be a change in some of the grasses, so the grasses that don't dry out as quickly. So he's doing some research to find out what those grasses would be and what it takes to to seed them and plus maintain them. So there's a little bit of details that we're working out. And I guess as final confirmation in that the proposed conditions would sound to be standard, we take no exceptions and we understand what's going on there. I'm happy to answer questions now, or I could address some of the neighborhood concerns, but maybe it's better I do that as part of the rebuttal. Any preference?
So, I think it might, if you know what some of the concerns are, I think it would be appropriate for you to address them now.
Sure.
And then I think we're gonna have some questions for you as well before we open the public comment.
Very good. I've read the letters. We had our neighborhood meeting and some of the same comments were expressed at that time and the concerns. And we can completely empathize with our neighbors at Simcoe and understand their position. I would say, much like life, the road that we would potentially add to this is going to be a two-way street. And so while I can completely understand the concerns about the northbound traffic, I would expect that there would be some southbound traffic as well. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think it's a 1-to-1 ratio as far as who's wearing out whose road faster or what have you, but ultimately, there will be some transfer from north to south as well as there's ongoing south to north. So I like to think that we could think about this as that there's a mitigating factor between the two, some balancing. It's probably not going to be 1-to-1, but it is what it is.
So let me ask a clarifying question right away. So when you indicate north to south, you're talking about traffic from Simcoe coming through
Correct.
these phases
Correct.
and accessing Gold Fork Road and vice versa going
Correct.
north.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're open, would be an open road as well. I mean, if you're headed for Boise, potentially what are you going to do? Maybe you'll take that cut and go down through the future development and out Gold Fork Road, out Davis Creek. I think there'd be some of that. Take Barker too. There's lots of options.
That's it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut you off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think ultimately too, I think we, for the overall benefit of the neighborhood is secondary access is a positive thing. I mean, I don't think you could look at it as anything from the standpoint that it could be life savings at some point, right? If you have a first responders that need to get there, whether it's maybe there's a condition of fire and you need to exit. I think ultimately a secondary exit is a benefit. Now, all that being said, we know that what we're talking about is the future project. Definitely worth discussing. I think it's worth us getting our heads around that situation. But ultimately, right now, what we are just talking about is phase 1, which would not have any access to Simcoe. So, with that, I'll conclude.
Questions for the applicant?
I have a question. What in your full build out, what are you anticipating for number of lots at this point? I realize this is very preliminary.
Yeah, it is, and we haven't done a lot of that type of counting. My target would be, or thought as I look at the size and scope, is somewhere around 70. During our neighborhood meeting, I think I quoted 60. As we kind of looked at it, we go, well, I think 70 plus or minus, whatever you want to say, 5, 10 is probably the rough target. So, and as a reminder, the total project 374 acres in size. So we believe that's not heavy on the density side.
And so what phase are you proposing access through Simcoe?
It would be, well, by the plan would be like phase 4 or 5, I think, in our game plan. So each section is not, would depend, like we mentioned, we haven't exactly determined when those would happen, or they may happen in concert, but ultimately we're probably about, 3 years away, 4 years away, could be 6, type of thing. I think that's also something to talk about too, is that, right, this is as a phased approach, right, the impact, that occurs would be a steady and slow and steady type of thing, right? Not all lots get built out at once. It does take time for construction. Ultimately the impact to the Simcoe folks, we might be down the road 5 to 8 years until.
Oh, so phase 4
Yeah.
and 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5, yep.
Yep.
Well, and we do understand that, our Is it, I think 30 to the 31st lot is where we'd have to identify and provide the secondary.
By the fire department
For the fire,
requirement,
for the
right?
fireman.
He said 35 or 1,
I think it's 31st lot,
31st lot.
so
So you would hit that in phase 2.
I don't think so. I don't think phase 2 is gonna be that heavily dense, but it's a potential.
Other questions for the applicants? I have a couple.
Oh, yeah.
In your other phases, I noticed in phase 1 that we're looking at this evening, you have one road that appears to go into the phase 2 or 3 property, or on the split line. How do you propose accessing lots or phases 7, 8, 6, 7, and 8 on the other side of the drainage and the other side of the reservoir?
We haven't had the time to do the conclusive decision, but I have discussed with the management of the dam folks, and we had talked about possibly putting a road across the dam, which he was supportive of, in the sense that they believe that type of work or by providing that actually adds stability to the dam. So I think the potential is we would come down and enter into phase 8 and connect it so there would be a loop as part of that. If it's not feasible or acceptable, then ultimately we would cross Laughingwell Creek at some point and then, have a roundabout that way.
I'm not familiar with where the dam is, so I'm gonna ask you, you're talking about the loop road would connect phase 2 and phase 8?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, here's the dam right here.
And be all in phase 8. So let's talk water rights for just a little bit.
Sure.
I believe there's two rights on that. One is dealing with the storage right for the reservoir. The other one is probably for the water right out of Laughingwell Creek. Do you intend to use that water for irrigation of common spaces, or the lot owners are allowed to use that for irrigation?
Our original intent was for common spaces. The discussion with Mr. Shipley was that they may need to provide access for homeowners. Our original thought was common space and probably those adjacent to. So, I think this is the point that I need to get clarified and reviewed a little bit.
So one of the other things that, and I didn't see it in your fire mitigation plan yet, and you may want to have John address this, and it's not dealing with timber so much, but it's also with the grass fires. Because I know that in the Simcoe area, they are very concerned about grass fires getting away. And it's being larger lots, do you have stipulations within your lot owners that they'll be able to manage or reduce fire danger on their own lots? Is that something you've talked about at all?
We've had some general discussions around that. There is, I believe, John had put together, there's a summary that he had and said, hey, you should think about you should include this with part of your CCRs, which talks about that part of the mitigation and requirements for lot owners to manage that piece of it. As part of his plan, and one of his thoughts is as far as that grassland consideration too, as you look at the northern property line on the larger 240 acre property that's adjacent to the Simcoe part, that's where he's talking about this fire break, if you will, of more green grasses as an option. He recognizes that we have a few natural fire break being obviously the dam plus the creek. It's always stays wet, obviously, and with the roads and so forth. But he thought that this would be a good idea, would be to do that there in the short term for the initial phase. We'd be dealing with the southern boundary of the smaller land. So we do that 10 to 20 foot swath, if you will, of greener grasses.
Right. The reason I bring it up is once lands move from an agricultural base, in this case grazing, into a subdivision, unless you're a subdivision similar to like the Pine Lakes Ranch where they incorporate cattle grazing into their plan, the grass grows, then it dies, and that creates the danger. So that's, I think, something that certainly needs to be addressed in the fire mitigation plan, and how you're going to manage that and oversee that for your lot owners and until the lots are sold.
Fair enough.
And then is your intent to also have buried utilities on all of this
That's correct.
property as well? Okay. Other questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Is there anyone else to present on behalf of the applicant? State your name and address for the record. and welcome to the
Rob
commission.
Pear with Crestline Engineers, 323 Dinehard Lane in McCall. I don't have anything necessarily to present, but if there's any, technical questions or anything on that front related to the property or the preliminary plat, I'd be more than happy to stand for that.
Okay, is that the end of the presentation? Okay, thank you. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. This gives you an opportunity to speak either in favor, undecided, or opposed to the application. There is a 3-minute time limit, is that correct? Always need to know, that's when the timer goes off, that's what that timer noise is. If someone else has already stated something that you want to say, try not to repeat everything. You can say, I agree with the previous speaker. We want to make sure and allow time for everyone to be able to speak. And with that, is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of the application? Okay. Seeing none, is there anyone who is undecided and would like to speak about this application? Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Howdy, thank you. My my name is Andrew Croninger, and I have a property at 534 Home Cemetery Road. We split time there with our townhouse in Boise at 313 South Motley Lane in Boise. And so we're on the very south side of the phase one, and right above where the road goes through there. They're putting the road in. And part of my concern is the number of trees that they might be planning to take out with a 70-foot road and 12-foot easements for snow load and stuff like that. The property that from where we are north drops off severely into a draw. And my concern is if they're taking too many of the trees out down that, they're going to weaken the soil and allow for a lot of the ground just to fall away. So there's a concern with the width of the road and the number of trees that they're taking out. I'd like to see fewer trees taken out, of course, because the trees also help block us from the traffic noise of the people using the road. The second concern that I have is the wells, the number of wells. Everything up here looks like it's going to be private wells, and it's pretty densely 2 to 3 acre properties. So that's a concern because our well, I know when we had it put in back in the early 80s, we had to go a lot deeper than we anticipated because the water there just wasn't enough water to supply our house. I'm concerned on how deep and how many wells they'll be putting in here, what it'll do to the overall water table. And with that, that's all I've got. Thank you very much for letting me come up here and express some concerns.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak who is undecided about the application? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the P&Z Commission.
Thank you. My name is Elisa Manley. I'm at 264 Barker Loop. I don't know if you guys have been to this area. I know he had mentioned how pristine it was. He also had mentioned the wildlife, and that's as much as I heard about the pristineness and the wildlife. But it is very pristine. There are a lot of meadows, and there is a elk migration that goes through that. So I am concerned about 70 lots. And we used to own a well business, and I do understand what he's talking about the depth that you have to go to get the water. I don't know how that is to mitigate the use of that, or to find out how much gallons per minute you're going to have to accommodate that many people that won't affect Simcoe Estates. So I do believe in growth. I think it's very important. I think there's a lot of growth going on, and we need to accommodate that. I just am very concerned about this pristine land. It is very pristine, and I would really encourage somebody that's going to look at 7 different phases of this for a long period of time, as he has said, and how that's going to affect that area. Like I said, there's a lot of land out there. I think it should be developed. I think it's a need, but I just don't know about that particular area. So if it's a concern of yours, I really would encourage you to go. I would be happy to take you there, show you what the pond that we have. Otherwise, you can do it on your own time, but I would like you guys to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak who is undecided on the application? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll go ahead and move to those would be opposed. Is there anyone who's opposed that would like to speak to the application? Please state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
I'm Jackie St. George, and I'm at 89 Barker Lane.
Did you say Jackie? Sorry.
Jackie St. George.
Thank you.
I've lived on Barker Lane, which we call Barker Highway. It's for 6 years now. In that 6 years, that traffic it's 100 times what it was 6 years ago. The gravel trucks all come down Barker Lane. Every single side-by-side connects Barker Lane to that. Nobody drives 35. It is a dusty, dusty highway. There are more people traveling on Barker Lane than Farm to Market, which is paved, kind of, with the potholes. Davis Lane is mostly paved. Back by Simcoe is paved, but there are 4 to 5 of us farmland left connecting from Farm to Market up to Simcoe is not paved. And I would say I've never lived in more dust in my life. Nobody drives 35. There are severe ruts in the road. The road actually collapsed by ours last year. It's been fixed twice because of the amount of the heavy, heavy gravel trucks. There's probably 20 to 30 every hour, and we haven't even started this. And they will use Barker. The amount of traffic coming out of that, so my big thing is I'm not opposed to growth. It is sad. It is such a beautiful area. It's the saddest thing I've ever heard of this happening, and I did know Vicki Eld very well. It's very sad. But what I would say is at some point, I know that there's just this thing about Valley County, there's no money to maintain these roads. At some point, maybe construction or building should fit some fund for these roads and pave something. We paid $4,000 to have just the strip of area. This year we did the mag chloride, last year we did the oil. It lasted 3 weeks. That's how much traffic. And they tell us that there's just absolutely nothing they can do. My husband at one point said it would be about $10,000 to keep the dust off of our area for the summer. That's it. I would just say, I hope that these people really think about this road adding this much traffic and the people who do live there and what we take in. That's all I would say. Hopefully they can help pave it.
Jackie, I have a question. Where is you said your house is on Barker?
On
Is
the
it,
front 10 acres from farm to market to Larry Meredith.
so up near the Farm to Market Road?
Yes, and that road has fallen through because of all the semis, the gravel trucks. It has actually collapsed on our property in that corner like 2 or 3 times last year.
Okay,
There was a hole 4 feet deep.
great. Okay, yeah.
But
Thank-
those gravel trucks will use that. They will use Barker to get there.
There's a gravel pit back there.
So they probably average, my husband counted 20 to 30 an hour. We haven't started this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like this in opposition? Please say your name and address for the record.
First of all, I'd like to say that
Could you
you
state
can
your-
hear Mrs.
Could you state your,
Commissioner Snyder,
can you
and you
please?
can hear Senda. The three
Sorry,
of you,
I need you to state your name and address for the record.
Lawrence Meredith,
Thank you.
95 Barker Lane. That's what I'm saying. I can't hear you, but I can hear Commissioner Snyder and Senda real well.
We'll
So,
try to use,
Might be something wrong with your mics.
well, these microphones are primarily used for recording of the meeting,
Oh,
but they are also, there is some amplification, but proceed.
anyway, Barker Lane Road is gravel. The speed limit sign is 35 mile an hour, only posted on the west end. On the Gold Fork end, there is no speed sign. I tried to get Jeff to put up a sign, hasn't been happening, that was 3 years ago. We've been gonna go talk to him again about a few other things. And the road department drives our road a lot, so they ought to know that there's no sign down there. The prevailing wind, as anybody that lives in the valley there, knows that it's southbound. And we all live on the south side of Barker Lane. And like he said, that the dust is just horrendous. And people don't want to drive the speed limit at all, especially if they're coming from the Gold Fork side. Where coming from farm to market, they got to speed up. And so it takes them about to my place to get up to speed. But coming from the other direction, it's 45 to 60 miles an hour average. And about 3 years ago, Jeff said he'd put strips out there to count the amount of cars that are going across it. And of course, it's a lot more now. But it's somewhere between 500 to 1,000 car trip or vehicle trips a day up and down that road. And it wasn't designed for that much traffic. It was put in originally for ranch land. Speaking about the elk, most of you know where the people that show the elk on farm to market, those elk go right through the area where they're wanting to put in this subdivision as a corridor to and from the forest. And a lot of them do stay down there at Vicky L's old feedlot area and use the land where they're wanting to put this subdivision in also for wintering. So that's something, I don't know if Fish and Game has been contacted to see what they've got to say about it. And there's a lot of deer in the area, foxes. I've had the sheriff department out 3 different times to check for speeders. Problem is, it's flat road, and they're they have cheap radar guns, so they have to sit right on the road and shoot. And you can see their sheriff cars for 3/4 of a mile away, so nobody speeds when they're out there.
If you could wrap up your comments, your time has expired.
Well, I know the county doesn't have much money to do a lot of things, but these people that are moving here should be paying their way. The people that have lived here, I've been here for 78 years. Why should I pay for infrastructure for all these people moving here? Fire, cops, this kind of stuff, they should be paying for it. I think there ought to be an infrastructure fee, and I think that this subdivision, if you do approve it, ought to be mandatory that they pave Barker Lane. Now, if they just want to pave it down to Larry Brown's place, he owns a record business, Brown Towing, then it's free ground on the rest of the way to Goldfork. That'd be fine. But I think they ought to pave our road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Again, say your name and address for the record. Welcome to the
Hello,
commission.
I'm Rick Avila, 12966 Zoom Lane, right above them. I'm a member of the Simcoe Estates Board. Our president sent you a letter already addressing the issue of the road. A couple of things that I wanted to talk, many people have already mentioned them. The amount of people that I think going north would far exceed those of us. I can't think of a reason of going south. That would be the long way around, my way of thinking. So that north-south issue doesn't make any sense to me. As far as transfer, once they get to that phase. Farmland, I think, is very important, and we're losing it quickly. Every time you look around, you see more and more farmland being eaten up, grazing land, or whatever is being used. At this point, to convert it into those individual lots seems to be a waste when you have already two other sets of homes that are, or properties that are for sale that are not selling. And once you get your toe in the water, then it's easier to go up to the knee and then all the way to your nose. And so once you get the phase one in, I don't see how they can say, okay, I'm not gonna make more lots in all the rest of the phases. And with all the wetlands that are there, the elk, the whitetails, the mule deer, all use a Laughing Well and the cow pond for a major source of water. And well over between 100 and 200 elk transfer that yearly and daily, weekly, across those open field lands. And so as from a wildlife aspect, I think it would be very detrimental to, or how they would be affected once you start cutting off their source and supply. And as the gentleman mentioned there before, they also scrapes all the way across to Goldfork where they winter. And so you'd be cutting them off from that sense. And finally, it just seems to me that it's a waste of what could be still good farm grazing land, and that's been cut off from there. And then as far as building the homes, if they continue to build around and do their continued phases, there's not a tree on those lots out there. And so you're gonna see everybody's everything is not gonna be built. Am I running out of time? Is that me?
Just about.
Just about. So it just, to me, it just seems to me that it's not what Eld was intended for. It was a beautiful farmland. Now it's my time. Intended farmland, and I think it should continue to be so, unless there's some way that they can continue to incorporate it on with the use of all the wetlands and whatnot that are there. I think that it's very problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? State your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
My name's Austin Jones. I live at 2498 North Heath Ave, Boise, Idaho. I was recently able to purchase a property in Simcoe
You
State.
speak up a little bit. That's
Sorry.
kind of a training aid. Just use your outside voice.
Okay. All right. I didn't want to like yell.
We're working
and
on
have it
ours
super
too.
loud. I was recently able to purchase a property in Simcoe Estates last year. My wife and I chose that property specifically for the lifestyle that Donnelly and that area had to offer. We looked at areas in McCall and Cascade, and we were trying to leave the Boise area, not move to the next Eagle. I think developing that area doesn't make a lot of sense when there's almost 1,000 lots and homes available for sale right now in Valley County already. Developer mentioned modeling this new development after Gold Fork and Simcoe. And I think that might sound good with a lot of soft promises and polished talk, but there's lots available in Simcoe and Gold Fork. And they've been available since 2000 when Simcoe was originally built. I understand everyone wants growth, but developing this for the sake of development doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense for the area. You know, leave that to McCall or Boise or the places that are already being developed. I too, love the wildlife and wanted to be here for the elk and the deer that migrate through the area, and I had hopes of moving my family there one day, and I think it would be a fundamental change to the area that I hope to move to and respect the values of the people that live there currently and have lived there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Austin. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of it and allow the applicant to rebut the testimony.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, public, for your testimony. I just want to go through a few of the notes that I jotted down here. First, Syndic, if you could you go to our application and pull up the preliminary grading and utilities plan? I believe it'd be the third and fourth sheet. I think it's below that. Syndic.
What?
Below that.
Is that it there? Or
That's. We're looking at the wrong.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
I'll get it. I was like, I think.
It's like, what? There we go. Sorry. This?
No, it should have some contours on it. It's in the drawing section. I'll skip while she's finding that. I know that there was some. Oh, there it is. Maybe one down from that one. So one of the comments was talking about the existing conditions of the trees and the topography. It is very, I wouldn't say very, it is pretty steep coming off of Gold Fork for that first lot. That is the reason why we considered it open space. From there, you can also see our preliminary wetland boundary, and we moved the road from the original design to accommodate not impacting the wetlands in that area. The reason why the road goes so far north is to avoid that and the trees. So we're trying to preserve as much of the existing vegetation in that area as possible. So that will also be a nice barrier break to the properties to the south. Again, with the wetlands, we're doing everything we can to stay out of those areas. We're working on finalizing a wetland delineation. I believe there was also a comment earlier about wetlands in the floodplain on lot 20. There isn't any wetlands up until the high water mark, or outside of the high water mark. So again, we're exploring, looking at what may be able to fit there, but it's no guarantees yet. I'll continue with wildlife and comments about that. The applicant did meet with Idaho Fish and Game, and there is correspondence in our application with them providing some generic responses and some things that we can add to our CCNRs, talking about plantings, planting certain plants, avoiding planting others, wildlife at large, so on and so forth. So that's stuff that I believe the applicant intends to include with their subdivision CCNRs. Let's see here. Barker Lane, I know it may function as an access point to the subdivision. I think by my count there's 3-ish different ways to get to the subdivision. You can go down Davis Creek to hit Gold Fork. You could come up Roseberry and then hit Gold Fork, or you could take Farm to Market to Barker to Gold Fork. So there's going to be multiple ways to access this development. I don't necessarily know if Barker is going to be most used, but there was also talks about paving, and the applicant does intend to pave the roads in our subdivision, and so that should help mitigate any dust concerns to adjoining properties. The last thing I'll hit on was the second connectivity point into Simcoe. That was a pretty common comment. Again, the applicant has shown what maybe a plan looks like for the future, but today we're really only asking for approval of phase 1, and so that doesn't have any direct connectivity to Simcoe, and I just wanted to put that out there that for today there's no access into Simcoe, and moving on to a future subdivision preliminary plat would be another chance to review connectivity into Simcoe. However, I believe that Simcoe was platted in a way to provide those future stubs. I don't think they would do that unless the planning department and the developers of that subdivision ever intended that there may be some type of development to the south. Another thing that Mark actually brought up was safety concerns. So Simcoe currently has, I believe, 47 platted lots in the subdivision and only one access point. Which is more than the 30, which is a current requirement of the fire department. So if and when we get to that point, this would provide them with a secondary access, bringing them into compliance. And Mark, is there anything else you would like to say, or Greg? Unless you guys have any questions for me specifically.
So maybe for you, Rob,
Okay.
there was quite a bit of testimony about depth of wells, concerns about water in the wells. Can you speak to that and what the process is for those existing water right holders of their domestic wells and what they would need to do to protect their wells?
So as part of the application, we're required to produce as many of the neighboring well logs as we can, which are found in the application. The process for obviously getting a well, you have to apply for a water right. And from numerous other subdivisions we've presented, it's been a pretty common concern from the public. And the feedback that we have got from IDWR is they have monitored multiple locations across Valley County. Their water levels have obviously fluctuated, and they've monitored them, I believe, from the 1960s to current day. And as part of that, they've seen water levels go up and come down in both ways at all of their sites. And they don't have any reason to believe that there is a lack of water. And due to us being in the climate we are in, the heavy amount of snowfall, and it's a pretty quickly recharging system to the aquifers. And there's also, I believe that's why Valley County has minimum lot size requirements for wells and septics, is to make sure that we're not overstimulating a certain area with a bunch of wells, if that makes sense. Does that?
Yeah, and I'm, you might have to refresh me, but my understanding is that if someone has a concern about their well depth, and other wells drilling in the same aquifer area, they can actually protest a right. And then I believe that if there is damage to their well, then that responsibility lies on the people who drilled the new wells. Is that your understanding?
I would have to say that I'm not familiar with that, but
Maybe your legal staff might know that answer.
yes, maybe that's. I might defer that question, but it sounds like that could be the case.
And then, I know this is not part of your application, but a lot of discussion about Barker Lane. Is that right away 50 feet on Barker? Or is it a 70-foot right away?
Once it hits Simcoe Estates, I believe it's 70. I think we reviewed that earlier, but I'm not sure between Farm to Market and Gold Fork.
Cinda will tell us shortly.
So, like it might be 60.
Probably a 50. That was standard.
And I'm trying to see, I believe we're in the Cosquela CIP, or maybe, oh, sorry, maybe the Small East. Oh, sorry, I'm way off. Whichever CIP that we're in, as part of our development agreement, there's a cost per lot that is meant, I believe, to go to future and or current road maintenance as part of our subdivision. And so that development agreement could be used for help mitigate some of the concerns along Barker if they are in the same CIP.
Our current process, I don't know, it might be 70. Our current process is that they'll work with the Valley County engineer and look at the proportional impacts of this development in comparison to the offsite roads, and they will have to pay their proportional shares. What was previously CIP data is used as maybe an indicator, but we do not have a CIP program now.
Gotcha.
We negotiate that, the Board of County Commissioners will negotiate that development agreement. And what we really like are in-kind services, so we don't just collect money, that the work is actually done on the road system.
So, Cinda, that can be a recommendation from the P&Z to the board about Barker Lane. Is that correct? We could make that recommendation.
Sure.
Might have an answer on the water issue.
I'll step away. Thank you.
Evening, Eric Molander, 421 South 8th Street in Boise. I think there's a quick and easy answer to your question. With well rights, Idaho applies the same prior appropriation doctrine that they do with water rights. So if a new well affects the flow of water of an existing well or reduces the amount of water in the existing well, the existing well owner has recourse against the new well owner for that reduction in water. Typically, through the permitting process and the drilling permits that are required, that analysis is done. So it doesn't come up that way, so it doesn't happen. But I think essentially that's what you said in different terms.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. I understand the prior appropriation doctrine for irrigation, but I wasn't sure if it applied for domestic wells.
Also
as
applies
well.
to domestic wells.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a question about delivery of water to lots based on the existing water rights. And I think what the applicant plans on doing, in answer to an earlier question you had, Mark, is transferring those water rights to the common lots. So there would not be water rights for the other lots through the phasing. And then those water rights would be used to irrigate those common lots.
And as long as that place of use of those rights is appropriate for that common area, that's something you'll have to research and find out. And if not, you'll have to file a transfer to get that done.
Well, because there's that new statute that says you need to allocate that appropriation for irrigation instead of groundwater.
Right,
It's
for
in both
irrigation.
the local land use planning portion and then the 38-41 dash.
Right. So you're required to use the irrigation, surface irrigation water rights to irrigate first. That's a fairly new state law.
And it just became effective and I'm not
2024.
100% on it.
Last year. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Just one general final comment that I meant to mention a little bit earlier. And it's similar to Zach and Michelle's intent to build and live in the community. Misty and my wife and I, we already own property up in Donnelly out of Hawks Bay. Our intent over time is to sell that property and establish a residence as well in this community. So I guess while I appreciate the concept of eloquent speech, but I also like to think that I'll let it know it's sincere eloquence, because we do intend to be part of this and be part of the neighborhood, and certainly value what we're going to be doing here is something that we find livable as well. So with that, I'll conclude.
So with that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations and discussions and questions with staff. So. Thoughts, concerns, issues, your
It's always a challenge when you're looking at an 8-phase subdivision, but tonight we're really making a judgment on phase. I think the compatibility scores, look at how you would rate the compatibility of this in the area that they're in. It makes good sense. Aligns well with Simcoe, similar lifestyles, similar residential use properties, those types of things. I think we all have concerns about growth and where it's headed in Valley County, but it's going to happen, and we're balancing the property rights of people who own the land, asking to develop it as well. All of the elk migrations came up 6 different comments. Wells in a couple. Traffic on Barker Lane probably was one of the things we heard the most of as well. Still look at that from the compatibility overall. Think that this is probably a good phase 1.
There's been mention of so much, it sounds like recent truck traffic. What's pit are they talking about? Is there a pit on this property? Or
It's on Gold Fork Road.
Oh, okay.
It's grandfathered.
Yeah.
N&N.
The way it was brought up, it sounded like it was on this property.
No.
Regardless of the subdivision, I think there's a lot of traffic already on Barker Lane.
Yeah, but I mean, Barker's a disaster. I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah.
I definitely feel for the folks who live near that.
There.
And I do think that that's going to be, I would bet that that's going to be the most traveled access, and I don't think that creates a huge problem for this phase 1, but I think it does open up a much bigger discussion for
8 phases.
Especially not knowing the full build out of the
Yes.
lots. Yep.
I can't disagree with anything that hasn't been said already. I tend to believe that it is a compatible use for the area. It is, it's not a high production ag area, or has been. I do have some concerns about removal of the cattle grazing on it and the immediate fire danger that happens on those properties. I mean, in phases 2 through 8, which were not on the table tonight, I would guess that the landowner will continue to graze those. But I think it would be appropriate to say that those lands that are not grazed in the interim time, like as the phases are developed, that they come up with I think there should be a requirement that they do something to either remove the fuel that is created by the grass, either by harvesting it, mowing it, whatever they want.
Is it harvestable?
It is. Some of it is. That's
From our standpoint, it's to mitigate a
Fire mitigation.
Fire grasslands.
fire mitigation. To me, that's a big issue because those grass fires, when they get started, they go about as fast as the wind blows. Right? What I don't want to do is to set up a situation where a grass fire starts and then it consumes 50 houses downwind, not only in this subdivision, but in the Simcoe subdivision. That's one of the safety, health and safety concerns that I have that I think that needs to be mitigated. Cinda, I noticed you have highlighted a section in here where, on fencing for adjoining agricultural uses, because I do know that there is, grazing to the east of there, up on the timberlands. And
Right,
so
so
they,
the CUP for tonight is this phase 1.
right, so adjacent landowners that still graze, they should be, they need to be required to follow that ordinance.
Right, when they incorporate this into a CUP, then they'll have to have that fence agreement. And,
And was that in one of your conditions of approval?
typically is. Okay. It's in the ordinance. Yes.
Yeah.
Number 11.
Yeah, I just found it, okay.
So you might also take a look at the Wildland Fire Interface Protection Plan that was prepared by Lily Hogg in section B. It talks about what his recommendations are.
You said in section B?
And towards the back, he did his analysis and then he prepares his recommendations. And if you look at 7A, it talks about planned vegetation treatments to reduce fuel loads in phase 1. And this is where he's talking about planting the different types of grasses. And a green fuel break.
I don't have a B on my copy, but
It's the 3rd page from the end.
I don't have it.
I don't have it either.
What?
The only submitted a double copy.
I think the point though is that the fire mitigation plan needs to address the concern of grass fuel loading
It does.
and fire prevention. I'd like to see that put in as a conditional approval.
If this does not meet with your approval, what, Lily Hog is prepared for phase one treatments, then this is just preliminary. We can work on what those requirements are. Okay? We could
Before,
run this through our wildfire mitigation specialist, Mara. Also, if you'd like, that could be a condition. that Mara approve it. Works for Valley County.
that's fine.
Want to do that?
And I think prior to any final, if it's indeed the intent of this commission to approve the preliminary plat before a final plat required, we need to see the final fire mitigation plan and make sure it's addressed.
And then in their CCNRs, they'll have to also address continued maintenance of that plan.
And each lots.
Yes.
Yeah.
And enforcement, if it's not done. I mean, similar to weed control in this county, if somebody doesn't do weed control, the county does the weed control for them, sends a bill, attaches to their property tax, and it shall be paid. And it's a serious situation when you have a fuel loading that can cause risk to your neighbors.
And I believe that's why the county's hired a fire mitigation specialist on staff. And, you know, as you know, we're going through the comp plan and we're going to revising some of our standards. And we want to really up the standards for fire control.
I have two more comments. One question, so we're approving phase one. We're looking at phase one, I should say, and we have the easement for the fire turnaround that goes outside the boundary of phase one. That I understand the intent, I think that's great, but we're not approving phase two, so how do we ensure that that turnaround remains? If phase two is not constructed.
This will have to be an easement.
It just says temporary on the plat, and I understand that if.
This is just how we've always done it, Commissioner. This will have to be an easement for this hammerhead turnaround approved by the fire department that will be abandoned during the next phase.
Right, but it would need to be constructed in phase one.
Correct, yeah, and I understand the intent, I just wanted to make sure from a plotting standpoint that because of the temporary, that can't just go away at some point.
So it will.
If that was sold to someone else or whatever.
It says abandoned at the continuation of the next phase.
Okay.
And this when the final plot, it will be a defined easement.
Yep.
Got it, thank you.
And then my second question, which is more of, it's not something to tackle tonight, but you know, you see they're required to have 30,000 gallons stored. You go to, you know, and we're seeing this all over the county where you have 8 water storage tanks in a subdivision that's phased out like this. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think those are hard to track. I think those are hard to locate. There's water on this. Just food for thought for future. I think a lot of these tanks just get lost and there's a lot of money that goes into them. And
I have actually asked the fire chiefs about that.
Okay.
And they have maps and they track them. And because I've asked that.
Okay.
Like, are you keeping track of all these tanks? And they said yes. They are. They have internal maps. that show where those tanks are located. And hopefully when we get, if we get to these future phases, we'll have a dry hydrant system
Right.
in that pond,
Yep.
like we have in at least 3 other subdivisions.
Cinda, has the fire department ever addressed like when they go out of commission? Because, in like for instance, my subdivision, they actually abandoned the 80,000 gallon tank because the hookups are inadequate.
80,000 gallons?
I think so.
Who abandoned it?
The McCall fire.
Oh, well, that's up to the fire district.
Okay. It just seems like an unnecessary expense when we could do like sprinklers in the residences versus something like that.
People do.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Black Hawk 5 and Gold Fork Bay both require sprinklers because they don't have buried tanks.
It's just food for thought. I think for this subdivision, that's fitting, but when you continue into 8 phases and you have 10 tanks, it's excessive.
I think to your point, at some point in time, future lot owners and developer are better served by probably having a central water system.
Yes.
It might even be cheaper.
Yeah.
One item we haven't broached is the road length variance. I'm seeing what appears to be adequate turnarounds for fire trucks or types of things. I don't have specifically a concern doing a variance on the road length for a cul-de-sac. Other thoughts?
It appears that fire is okay with it, so I'm okay with it.
So it's in the, I don't have the letter from the fire department in front of me, but the summary of it says that all roads shall be inspected and approved by Don Lake Fire prior to final plat. And are they, Cindy, do you know if they're gonna require they follow the fire code for percent grade?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't it 8%?
I think Valley County's is 8% or 10%.
10.
Is it 10?
10.
And we work with fire departments on that too. We're gonna start requiring it for driveways too.
And your comment, Mr. It was on the turnaround, the long one with the cul-de-sac turnaround. Or is it
And I
this
think
other
that
one?
the main road will have a hammerhead
Until
at the end of it, so it exceeds it, functionally it becomes a cul-de-sac. And so I think that's what we need to approve the variance for this. And I don't think we have to approve the variance for the wildlife urban interface at this point, because we have their fire protection plan.
Correct.
Is there any question about it being deeded over to the county for public road? I think that's great. I think especially if this is being a potentially phased project. Cinda, were there any questions that were unaddressed for you at this time?
That was just a condition of approval.
That they would be.
I asked that question because it was new to me.
And-
I hadn't seen
yeah.
it, so.
But it's maintained by the subdivision, so there's no extra cost to the county.
Right, it's deeded to the county, maintained by
HOA.
HOA until such time that the board county commissioners agreed to maintain it and plow it and things. But it gives us the public right of way for that connectivity.
No, I think that's great.
And, let's see. Did Fish and Game send a separate letter?
No.
Is it just the information that's in the application?
Just the information of the application. And we've been incorporating that letter from last year into the CCNR requirements. We've basically standardized that.
I'm just going through the concerns here to make sure we touched on kind of the critical ones I captured. I guess the connectivity to Simcoe.
Future phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a, oh yeah, okay.
It's a
And
non-issue.
we just can't,
Phase.
It's a non-issue in this.
Is it from-
So Cinda, could you review the additional conditions of approval that we have discussed this evening? What else is on the list?
Yeah, the only ones I really picked up were recommend they graze cattle on phases not developed. And then must have approval of Mara, can't say her last name, for the fire mitigation plan.
Do we need both of those, or do we just need the approval of, because they can come up with their own methodology, whether they harvest it or raise it or whatever?
Well, the grazing is recommending continue to graze it.
Okay, it's not a
It's not a
condition.
shall.
Okay. Or you could say that they would remove, and then if they graze it, they graze it. If they harvest it, they harvest it.
Graze cattle on phases not developed or harvest grass. And then have Mara look at the fire mitigation plan. And did you want to say anything about a recommendation in the development agreement that there are some sort of improvements to Barker versus something over on Davis or something somewhere else?
I think that is where it should be more focused. It's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, phase one of, I think there's nothing wrong with making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that the mitigation funds and or in-kind work, so it's actually completed, is focused on Barker Lane, starting at Farm to Market Road, and working east. You get 500 feet of it or 1,000 feet of it. A good base and paved, that's 500 or 1,000 feet less that need to be done in the future.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with making that recommendation to the board. Because it's based on what we heard from the public.
Right, and then maybe they can work with the adjoiners to contribute also.
I don't think the issue is the subdivision. I think this would be an additional factor to an already very poor situation. And I don't think this subdivision bears the whole brunt of remedy.
Proportional share.
For their part.
That's what I have.
We did, the first person that spoke this evening unopposed, Andrew talked about the soil stability and the tree removal in that open space. And I know they, in the rebuttal, they addressed that. I think the concern is to try to minimize tree removal along that common space if possible.
Robbie said that they were.
They said they were going to do that. Does that need to be written down?
I mean, we can recommend minimizing, I mean, it could just be another recommendation.
That's all that I have. That's everything on my list.
On on the southern border.
Yeah, at the main entryway on the southern border. Any other thoughts, concerns, questions? Okay, is there any motions?
I'll make it a motion to approve SUB 25-013 Eld Ranch Estates preliminary plat with the stated conditions.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the preliminary plat for SUB 25-013 Eld Ranch Estates. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Yeah, there is a 10-day appeal period, which anyone can appeal the decision of this P and Z Commission to the Board of County Commissioners. Do you guys need a break?
Yeah.
Break. We're
let's
gonna take
do her-
we're gonna take about a 5-minute short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Candy to get me.
this. Okay, mics are on.
Okay, we'll reconvene the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for July 10th, 2025. Next up on our agenda is SUB 25-014, Eric North preliminary plat. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No. Seeing none, staff report.
Okay. SUB 25-14, Herrick North preliminary plat. The applicant is L&P Holdings LLC, care of Philip Porsche and Ted Larson. The property is 36 acres, and they are proposing 12 single-family residential lots. The lot sizes range from 2.08 to 4.6 acres. Individual septics and individual wells are proposed. Wetlands will be delineated. A wildland urban interface mitigation plan was submitted. An underground water storage tank is proposed for fire protection. In addition, the existing emergency access to the Herrick Hill subdivision is proposed to be improved. That is down, it comes off Urban. There's an existing spring building and a 20-foot water line, well, and an access easement noted on the plat. Lots would be accessed from an existing private road, Lawrence Lane, and a private road easement that is proposed to be constructed at 973 feet of graveled road. Lawrence Lane's private, accesses Highway 55, and there are shared driveways proposed. A neighborhood meeting is required, was held on March 21st. For some reason it says March 21st and 30th. The application was submitted on May 27th. Legal notice was done in the Star News, sent to agencies, neighbors, posted on site on June 24th and on the Valley County website. Agency comments received. Brent Copes, Central District Tel, stated subdivision application fees, test holes, groundwater monitoring, and engineering reports are required. Kendra Conder, Idaho Transportation Department, updated her comments on July 2nd. She understands that Herrick North is separate of the subdivision that was originally conditioned for the turn lanes. Therefore, ITD will allow the applicant to install the turn lanes prior to any phase 2 development. Ms. Conder, prior comments stated that ITD would require turn lanes. Stephen Hull, Cascade Fire Chief, listed requirements for roads, driveways, and a required 30,000 gallon water tank for fire protection. DEQ responded with their typical letter. We didn't receive any public comments. The area is mostly mountainous topography and has some wetlands and is densely timbered. To the north, it's agricultural dry grazing with a home site. South is single-family residential lots. East is agricultural timber, and to the west is single-family residential parcels. This proposal is categorized under 2 residential uses C subdivision for single-family subdivision. Different areas of the Valley County Code are listed for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 27. It's within the Cascade Fire District and Water District 65. It's not within an irrigation district or a HERD district, and there are no water rights associated with this property. The Wildland Urban Interface Fire Protection Plan has been submitted, and it is Exhibit 1. I questioned whether the applicant has legal egress use of the private roads within Herrick Hill Subdivision Number 1. The continuation of Lawrence Lane must be a 70 feet of platted right-of-way. Cascade South, the current owners will either have to sell the applicant the road right-of-way or sign the final plat signature page as an owner. The plat also includes right-of-way dedication alongside an existing private road easement. Who would this be dedicated to? Lawrence Lane is a private road. The road frontage for lot 11 is only 29 feet, 30 feet is required. And then ITD previously required Herrick Hills subdivision to install a right turn lane and center left lane prior to the sale of the 56th home. At this time, there have been 5 homes constructed in Herrick Hills Number 1 since it was originally platted.
56th home.
56th home. Because there's not an impact until the home is constructed, is their philosophy. And that subdivision was recorded in 2007. So in 18 years, they've constructed 5 homes in this subdivision. Okay? I think people buy them for retirement. Conditions of approval are typical. There is one that is different, and this is based upon a comment from Fish and Game, and now we're getting more specific about they cannot plant the yews in landscaping. And that you'll see that coming up every time now. And then I told you that we received Exhibit 1. And what I do want to explain just a little bit about that road. Here's Lawrence Lane as it comes in, and it stops. Okay, on the plat, they have continued this way, and that needs to be a platted road because every lot has to have 30 feet of frontage on a platted road, and you can't access lots from just an easement. Okay, so they are aware of this. They are working to get either the owner to sign the plat, or they will purchase this and sign it. This is where my question came in, because they said that they were going to dedicate right-of-way along here. Well, I don't know who they would dedicate it to because it's not a public road. So we are clearing up those little issues, and they are on board with that.
So they don't own the land, or
They do not. It is owned by Cascade South. White. Dividend. Okay.
So they're gonna follow that existing road.
Yeah, they're gonna follow this road.
Yeah.
But they need to get the 70 feet of right of way to incorporate into the subdivision plat. Okay. And that ends my staff report.
Other questions for Linda? Just want to verify my understanding of the turn lanes. Is Herrick Hills existing has a requirement. This subdivision then would be assuming with their development a shared portion of that, and that how they portion that when they hit the 56 pound has to be agreed upon.
Right, they kind of retracted their comment on this one. And
ITD did?
ITD did.
That was why I was.
They made their initial comments, then they actually looked at it.
Said it's separate.
Trying to find that. She updated her comments July 2nd. She understands that Herrick North is separate of the subdivision that was originally conditioned for turn lanes. Separate owners, separate land. So therefore, ITD will allow the applicant to install the turn lanes prior to any phase 2 development on Herrick Hills North.
That's our applicant. The current existing applicant has to install them.
Or if Herrick Hills, phase 1, goes into a phase 2.
So it's whoever goes first. It's never gonna work.
Yeah, nobody's gonna blame.
And they had worked out later, I mean, this has been a revolving thing over 18 years, and, I mean, they did allow phase 1.1 without those turn lanes, but there have been 5 houses constructed here.
Part of my question is how we avoid this situation in the future when there's abandonment of. How should we be phrasing, I wasn't here 18 years ago, but how can we today prevent this type of a situation
When you have, what's abandoned?
What's
What are you
When
abandoned?
they abandoned Herrick, Herrick was multiple phases, it sounds like at one point, or 56 homes. I'm not sure actually there's 56 lots in Herrick Phase 1. There is. I don't-
I mean, in my opinion, this is ITD's job. This isn't the county's.
And the turn lanes sort of mitigate.
You know,
the distance.
they're,
Right.
that's where ITD, you know, when they're presented with an application, they require traffic studies to be completed. And that's where they, you know, base these numbers off of.
So in the ITD revised letter, Cinda, they're, let me clarify, that they're requiring whichever subdivision, either Herrick Hills North or Herrick Hills proper, goes to a second phase, then they'd be required to put in a turn lanes. Or if Herrick Hills original subdivision sells 56 lots or it's,
Oh,
Said 56 homes.
Sorry.
and that doesn't count if they're sold and people are using it with an RV or anything like that?
He said 56 homes. And I will tell you that they're preparing a corridor management plan. They're just getting that started. Who?
ITD.
ITD.
Oh.
And it should be done within the year.
That's where I get, like, the third point is if the threshold has been met or will be met, doesn't have a time frame with Herrick North. ITD will require the turn lanes to be constructed prior to receiving any approval from the department. So
If you
would
read through
assume
the-
at some point it will be met. When do they have to install the turn lane?
That's up to ITD to require. If you read through the stream, let's see, June 11th. It looks like Herrick Hills is required to install turn lanes prior to the sale of the 56th lot, with the county support counting the lots in Herrick Hills towards the 56th.
What is the sale of the lot?
Well, that's what she says there.
She says
And then
one
she
thing in one place in there, and the
contradicts
other she
herself in
says
the other.
homes.
Yeah, and then you have to you have to read through the whole stream until you get to her official letter.
And the developer's required to do this?
July 2nd. I wanted to send you updated comments. I understand Herrick North, which we're looking at tonight, is separate of the subdivision that was originally conditioned for the turn lanes. Therefore, ITD will allow the applicant to install the turn lanes prior to any phase 2 development.
Allow or require?
Well, she says allow, that's what she says.
And that is our applicant tonight in installing the turn lanes, not Herrick Hills.
Well, one of them would, before anyone goes into a phase 2, they're gonna do that. This was not part of the Herrick Hills.
That's why I'm trying to separate out between the two of them, we have to put in turn lanes when they hit a 56th. So, over 56. Who's on the hook?
That's an ITD thing.
I think what needs
I
to.
don't know who's on the hook.
I think to get this to move forward is, there needs to be, I think these questions that Commissioner Mabe is asking, and all of us need to be clarified with ITD, because I'm hearing conflicting information within their letter.
Well, as she worked through it, because she thought this was phase 2 of Herrick Hills initially. So then she found out it wasn't even the same applicant or the same land. Different piece of land, never included as part of Dwight Jividen's holdings. Totally separate, doesn't front on Highway 55. There's no frontage here on Highway 55. They're not asking for an approach permit on Highway 55.
turn lane.
Huh?
It's turn lane. And the other confusing thing is they talk about sale of the lot and they talk about homes. So which is it?
I would go,
And to your point, is it aggregate between the two subdivision or is it individual?
I don't know.
That's
Maybe
what
you
we
should
don't know.
table it. I'm just reading to you what ITD sent to us,
Yeah, I think there needs to be some.
because she worked with the applicant. Maybe the applicant can clarify it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the ones that were working with her.
Okay.
And to be clear on what I was saying about approaches, they do not front on 55.
Got that.
Right.
Other clarifying questions for staff?
Ready to hear from the applicant.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. If you would please state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Philip Porche with LNP Holdings, 12126 North 18th Avenue, Boise. I know we're getting late, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Thank you for allowing us to present this project. I know we have a couple questions with IDT, and I would happily address those. First, I just kind of wanted to talk about some of the benefits with why we're presenting this. Some of those new benefits are, which I think we're going to be a great addition to the community, is the current road that runs through the neighborhood that is, our property is north of it, Loris Lane. It's not being plowed to the full width, so our new HOA would be paying for the additional width to be cleared year-round for snow removal on that. Also talking with the Valley Fire, we are going to be, at their request, paying for and upgrading Herrick Hills' emergency exit, which is to the south. It's come to our attention that it's not up to code. The grade is too steep, it's overgrown, and it's not kept clear for snow. So we'll be bringing that up to code, and it will be approved by Valley County to benefit the overall community. I know there's probably a question coming up about the number of lots. Everything was picked off of the topography with the land. The proposed home sites are set back from the road for privacy and consideration for the current neighbors. The overall property is overgrown, is a fire hazard. We'll be providing the fire break and mitigating the fire via John Lillyhog's report and suggestions. Overall, we hope this to be good and add to the benefit of the community. So, kind of answering the questions about IDT. We reached out, we presented the situation to them prior to purchasing this property. We originally had the permit coordinator, Josh Nopen at IDT, say, you know what, it's not you guys, don't worry about it, it's not your problem. We submitted the application, they came back with their comments saying, hey, there is something here we need to talk about. And the phase 2 that is coming up in question, LNP Holdings has made an offer on an adjoining piece of land. And if we can acquire that and raise the funds, we would actually step up and pay for that turn lane at that phase 2 point. Any other questions I can answer?
I have a question about access through Herrick Hills, so
Yeah.
that is,
We have an easement through there, and we're working with the HOAs to benefit their community and not hinder their community.
okay, and so how, I didn't think you could have a development off of an easement. Don't you have to own the road?
We have an easement for 4 access points for homes, and we have in the plat, on this driveways, there's only so many, and the rest are coming off of the new extension we've proposed.
This will be the new extension here.
Okay, and so,
It would be
but
plat-
the entrance is through regular Herrick Hills,
It is correct.
through the main, so that part of the roadway, that's compliant,
That is a platted private road.
that they're
It's built to Valley County private road standards. Lots have to front on a county road or a private road built to county standards. In the Title 10.
Okay.
subdivision regulations.
I can have, Crestline Engineers is, doing this project for us. I can have them answer any of the technical questions if that helps.
Find it out together if you want.
I have one question for you.
Yeah.
If you don't get the funding for phase 2,
Mhm.
what do you feel your responsibility is for the term?
I have proposed to IDT that we pay for it in its entirety.
If you don't get
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
If you don't get phase 2.
My mistake. If we can acquire the land and raise the funds, we would pay for the turn lanes in their entirety.
In phase 2, what about
Correct.
for the current phase?
For the current phase, IDT said, we're fine without it. And I had, numerous phone calls with that department about this.
Just want to make sure
Yep.
that you're
Yep.
clear. 'Cause
I'm
clearly
aware
we
of
had
that.
questions.
Yeah, they said this subdivision is fine. If we want to put in more, they would like us to step up and pay for that on a
Okay.
phase 2, and we're fine with that. But on a phase 2, not phase 1.
Rob Pear, Crestline Engineers, 323 Dinehard Lane in McCall. Just maybe to help clarify, I think ITD's somewhat clarified. So they had reached out before they purchased the parcel to the permit coordinator, said how many homes could we put on this parcel, and they landed at 12. So we built a land plan around 12 lots. When we submitted to Valley County, the staff report went to, or the agency comment request went out. Kendra commented and said, hey, this, that, the other, you guys need to fund the turn lanes, because she thought it was part of the original Herrick Hills subdivision. So we contacted Kendra and said, hey, before we even purchased the property, we have this email from Josh. We've exchanged numerous emails with him. What are your thoughts? And she's like, oh, I need to look at this a little bit deeper. Her and Josh coordinated together, revised their statement, and sent it back to Cinda. So through that process, they've now made an offer on the adjoining property, and if anything moves forward past these first 12 lots, they have offered to help fund the turn lanes. But these original 12 lots, we'll call it Herrick North Phase 1, or Herrick North, isn't responsible for turn lanes. They do have access off of Lawrence Lane currently. During the neighborhood meeting, we met with the HOA president of Herrick Hills. As part of this, as part of the separate agreement, we will come up with a maintenance agreement that is proportionate to these additional lots utilizing Lawrence Lane, so that Herrick Hills doesn't have to front the cost to pave the whole road. Because currently they only they only plow to the individual homes that are built in Herrick Hills. So there's only a handful chunks of the roads that are actually plowed, and so they will help bear the cost. Their HOA will help bear the cost of plowing and maintaining this part of Lawrence Lane, as well as the southern emergency access off of Vaughn Drive. Relating to the new extension of Lawrence Lane, the survey that we received actually considered that an easement. The lower dashed line is shown on the survey as an existing road or existing private road easement. And so in order to create 70 feet, we took 10 additional feet from our property, and what it will turn into will be a right of way, so that each lot has their frontage on a right of way and not an easement. And either the applicants will acquire that easement in its entirety, or Cascade South, the other owner of the easement or grantee of the easement, will also sign the plat, stating that they're an owner of that piece of the road. Other than that, is there any other specific questions I may be able to answer at this time?
I think so.
Thank you.
Okay, is that the end of your presentation? Okay. Any we'll go ahead and have the public hearing. This time we'll open the public hearing and hear from anybody who is a proponent or in favor of the application. Is there anyone that is undecided that would like to speak? Is there undecided? Undecided or, sorry, I gotta use my outside voice.
My name
Just-
is,
Yeah, so you're undecided, is that correct? Or opposed?
oh, I thought you said undecided.
I did. I'm,
Am I in the right place?
you are.
Yeah. My name is Linda Jarvis. I live at 10552 South Highway 55. So I'm on the corner, the north corner of Lot 4. And Lot 4 will be sitting on top of me, literally. It's uphill from me. I went to the original meeting in March, and they were gonna do a walk around, but there was a lot of snow on the ground. But a couple of days ago, I look out and all of a sudden the fence line, see, I'm on the corner. I don't know how to explain it. Anyways, this fence line, which is my neighbor's fence line, who just not too many years ago bought their property, lost property because they came and moved the fence. So now this property's even closer to me. And there's a brand new fence out there. And it's not gonna hold cows in October, I can tell you that. So anyways, I have some concerns. How do you move somebody's property line, take land away from them they just bought within the last 3 or 4 years? So are they gonna change my property line? I don't get it. And then on top of that, when I bought my house, they said there was a septic. It turned out to be a cement block hole with plastic over it, which didn't work. So we had to put a septic in. The only place they could find that would perk, or whatever they call it, was north of my house, so that's fine. And they put in the drain field and said it's a drain field that's really shallow because of the material that they were putting it in, and that if anything goes wrong, I get some big, elaborate, different kind of septic system. So far, it's held out. Now this lot 4 sits above me, and these lots and stuff runs downhill. You're throwing in all these septic tanks, and my well sits over there too. I just don't get how we keep throwing all these septic tanks on top of people. So does somebody come in and check out where that septic flow is gonna go?
The health department has to approve the location of the septics. And there's a separation between well and septic that they'll take into consideration.
Well, that's 50 feet. My well had to be 50 feet from my house, or from my septic. This is a line of houses. And is my well still like the well issue? So, I don't know, I just don't know why we're cramming. I mean, if somebody bought the property and put a couple of homes in and made it nice, but they're cramming 12 homes in, I don't understand. But that's my concern, is drain fields and how we move property lines. So, thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
That, maybe a question on the property line, was the fence moved, or were the property corner stakes moved, or do you know the difference?
All I know is that fence used to run over here, and last week I come home, there's this shiny silver new fence, and fence was catty corner from my corner. In other words, a few more feet or so. Now that fence is clear over to my corner and runs straight back. Somebody came along, looked the fence down. Never said a word. Just took the fence down and then put a new fence up. they changed the, I guess, the line of the subdivision. How many years ago did you get?
You need to, sorry, keep your questions addressed to us and then we
Right,
can ask
and
them.
the fence issue is really theirs, except now that this lot is even more on top of my house.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify who is undecided? Is there anyone who would like to testify who is opposed to the application? Please come up and state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the commission.
My name is Chris Steele, and I live at 400 West Beacon Light in Eagle.
Can you say your first name again?
Chris
Chris?
Chris
Okay, thank you.
Steele.
Oh, thank you.
And we own the property that's 10534 Highway 55 that borders our fence line, borders the subdivision. And we have the spring that runs, there's an easement that runs down, and that's our water source to the home, which has been since it's been there a long time. We've run cows there for about 15, 20 years, and we purchased the property out of the McCanns for elderly and needing to leave their home. So, let me just say, it's been upsetting because in the last month, I got some survey sticks. We came up and there were some survey sticks and some of them are off on their side, and that was, okay. Then we come back and we find out, we see my husband said we're gonna move the cows up. There's the fence cut. There's been something drove through, an excavator, and there's test holes on our side, and no one's ever spoken to us. We're bringing our cows in a few days. They fix the fence. Then they want to talk to us. We said we can't make it up yet. We come up to the 4th of July. They sent us a picture of a new fence. Well, the new fence takes up about 5 to 10 acres corner to her place, which we've never had a chance to even talk about the survey or how that, you know what I mean? It's just gone. The fence that we've had, that we've maintained, that is our fence, half of it at least, is gone. There's a fence that's put up. We get a letter in the mail that says we're supposed to be paying for half this fence and that we're maintaining it so that the cows can't go through. Well, the fence is never going to last through a year because it's too wide for the calves. It's going to go under, and there's no tie down post. They're just T-posts, and there's no main thing there's like not even a grower tie at the end that's holding it together, and we're supposed to pay for half of that, which I'm sorry, anybody who comes and builds a subdivision is gonna tear out your fence and make you pay half is crazy. That's just, I don't see how that works, but maybe that's how it works. I don't know, but in my home, that's now how we do it. And so it's upsetting. We've lived in Eagle a long time, 35, 40 years, and we've kept 5 acres. I'd like to see 5 acres kept up here too, and kept agriculture and rural nice. Besides, I worry about the spring. It's a beautiful, amazing spring, and so the density and Herrick is nice. So this one says 4 to 2 acres. There's 2 that are 4. The rest of them are all 2 or under. So I don't know. It's just been upsetting. That's all I can say.
Chris, I have a question for you. You own the property to the north, is that correct? On the
It's
map
our
here?
south fence.
Your south fence, so Cinda, can you highlight that parcel? So the fence you're referring to that was removed is the south fence that runs the entire?
Part of it. There's a corner. They didn't take the whole fence. They took the corner. I'm sure. I thought the fence that was there for that long, that was the fence line. That was your fence line. No matter whatever the surveyor says, but maybe that isn't how it works. But that fence was taken. There's no resemblance of it at all right now. They just took it without talking to us.
Is it on the east side or the west side where it was removed?
What is it? The east? It's the west corner, up towards.
Up near the highway?
Yes, going towards her home, which is towards the highway. Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to the application? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the commission.
My name's Sean Colton Steele, 1407 North Midland Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho. I want to address a few similar things as my mom mentioned. First one is the lot sizes. The Herrick Reservoir, from what I can find, the lot sizes, some of the majority, or the smallest, are about, at least the ones close to this new Herrick North, are 3 acres or larger. So you have 3 acres to 6 acres to a lot of 4 acres. The smallest one I find that was pretty close to this was 3.08, and the next one was like almost 4 acres, 3.8 or something. It was significantly bigger. So it doesn't appear to be matching even or be close to what the Herrick Reservoir is. I'm not against growth. Growing up in Eagle, growth's inevitable. It's happening. I'm more of the, it's coming one way or another to some extent. And you guys have the ability to see how that growth comes. And me personally, I think those lots should resemble closer to the Herrick Reservoir, or the Herrick lots, instead of the Herrick, a different, since they're going to be using the same entrance, etc. And even the ITD thought it was the same subdivision that was going to be working on it. So the other reason about that is the spring that runs. We do not have to use power, which is fantastic. If anyone else loses power, they have a well, they have to have power to suck that water up. We do not. That well, to our knowledge, or that spring has never gone dry. We've never had issues with not having water. The people before us never didn't have water. We didn't have water. So adding, all of a sudden, if you have 12 homes, they're now going to be sucking up a good amount of water, and it could easily affect our water supply that we would have to put in a well, which would be a substantial cost for us to have to do that. If that were to happen, I do not anticipate they would be overly eager or even convenient to work with, just based on our experience that we've had with them recently with the whole fence, where what happened is a survey came, surveyor's like, hey, this fence is in the wrong spot, it should be somewhere else. So they let us know, they're like, hey, let's meet, and then all of a sudden fence is gone, new fence is installed. They send us a picture with a contract saying, pay for the fence and you're responsible for fixing the fence or shared repairs. We already paid for our fence, right? The fence was already there. To us, that was the line. It has been, the fence has probably been there for 20, 30, who knows how many years that has been the line. Then it's moved. The other issue is the T-posts. They put in a full T-post fence. They don't stay up very well. So it's a very good chance that, yes, in the next year or two, we're going to have to be fixing the fence. Or whoever owns each individual lot, we have to then try to situate with them, or the HOA, whatever, trying to get the fence fixed that wasn't done well in the first place. So I wouldn't anticipate them working with us much with the well anyways, just based off the experience that we've had with the fence issue. And it almost seems like they did it in haste, so it would make it more challenging for us to dispute the fence. The fence that was there is completely gone. There's no resemblance of it. You probably couldn't even see where it used to be. Anyways, thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to the application? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant for a rebuttal.
Thank you for the comments. First off, communication was done with the fence line prior to anything happening. The north line was surveyed by Dan Dunn. He had it staked, the entire north line. We communicated with the neighbors to the north that after the survey, the boundary was actually on the northern, about, I don't honestly remember how many yards north of where the old fence was. We spoke with Mr. Steele on the phone. He confirmed, he said he knew it was in the wrong spot. He was aware of that. We offered to move it at no charge to them. We then did. We paid for all of it and the labor. The old fence was actually falling down in several places, and it was removed simply because it was in the wrong spot. The letter that was sent to them was actually not a request for payment of any kind. It was simply a request to fulfill Idaho state law requiring a fence maintenance via Cinda's suggestion. So we sent that out to try to affiliate moving that along. The new fence is a 3-strand barbed wire fence. It is taut, it is strong, it's not falling down. I grew up on a ranch, I know how to build a fence. As far as their water supplies go, we have actually reached out to our well driller already to look at impacts to the aquifer, but no plans are in place to change their water supply in any way. Any questions I can answer?
I do have a couple of questions. Where have you done your ranching?
Down in Arizona, as a kid, my parents actually raised a goat farm.
So I'm going to inform you about what it takes to maintain a fence in Valley County. I've lived here all my life.
Okay.
Steel posts do not work in Valley County.
Okay.
The frost heaves them right back out of the ground.
Okay.
And it takes 4-wire fence.
Okay.
So
Happy to put up a 4th one and re-embrace the fence as needed.
would you be?
I also did ranching down in Caldwell as well, but I did not know about the frost heaves, so I actually appreciate them. We'll take.
Yeah, you don't use them up here because the frost pulls them right back out of the ground. So, talk to me about the spring and potential impacts to that spring.
So as far as we can tell, it is an artesian spring. There's a small building around it that insulates it for the winter. There's then a pipe that comes out and feeds the
Is this
spring.
on your property?
It is on our property.
Okay.
Correct. I honestly don't know who owns the little building. It is on our property though. We're still trying to determine who built it.
And is there a water right associated with the spring?
Yes, I do believe so.
And who is the owner of that water right?
Cinda, do you know? I've yet to determine that.
No.
We're still researching that. We do know the neighbor does have the northern water supply, and there is an easement for that water, but outside of that, I don't know.
Other questions for the rebuttal?
Is there a copy of the letter on the fence?
I don't have it, but if they have it, yeah. I have it on email that I could send. That's about it.
And it costs?
Okay, is there anything else that you would need to address on the rebuttal that was?
Any other questions I can answer? I don't have anything else to add. Rob, do you have anything to add?
Okay.
There's a few comments on lot sizes. Every one of the lots meets the Valley County minimum of a 1 acre lot. I know there's some other contributing factors that kind of limited the number of lots that went into this development, but I believe the smallest is 1.4 and the largest is 4.02. Sorry, I don't have the plat with me, but they all meet minimum requirements for Valley County. Although the lot sizes in Herrick are slightly bigger, they're still pretty compatible in size. I don't think there's anything too out of line with that. I think more than enough room For what's proposed. Also, I did want to touch on the septic. There's some comments about septic. We actually installed 2 groundwater monitoring locations on each lot. Those were monitored throughout this winter and spring, and we have conclusive results that there isn't really any issues with where in the locations we've picked that we can't meet setback requirements and support septic systems for each one of the lots and individual wells. So.
Rob, can you address the survey that was done that ended up, and I understand that just because a fence is in a field does not mean that's a property line.
Yes.
Can you expand on that and explain the process of how that was moved?
I can only speak more or less to the survey. I hadn't been out on site to look at the fence. I was aware that there was a fence on the northern boundary, that they ran cattle, that we are going to need a fence agreement because they ran livestock for over 30 days. That is about the extent of my knowledge of where the fence lied versus actually seeing the property corner staked. So I can't really speak to that in that sense.
And I think that same issue, the same lot line adjustment is what we heard from the, Linda, I believe it was Jarvis that spoke about the lot line adjustment as well. Is that the same fence?
Yes, I do believe so. So as part of the topographic survey, the survey went out and staked the property boundary, and it's a one solid straight line, so it's pretty hard to deviate, I guess, from that. And so it's probably pretty clear looking. And like I said, I don't know if there was multiple stakes. Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't go out on site and physically see where the fence was versus this. This is news. So.
So I did read the agreement. It does appear that it is a future cost sharing agreement. I don't see a request for reimbursement of costs spent at this point. Although I think it is debatable, as has been discussed, whether the fence put in is adequate for cattle going forward. So those two sides to that issue, you read it the same other issue.
I do.
Read it. So I think that puts part of it to sleep, but I think the ability of the fence to maintain calves, cattle as we get into year-round maintenance of the fence is probably something that can address between the two of you and resolve that.
Yeah, what's the saying? Good fences makes
Good
good
neighbors.
neighbors.
And I mean, I was born and raised right here in Cascade. I spent a lot of time in the county. I spent a lot of time around livestock. Had livestock of my own. I've seen plenty of 3-strand, 4-strand, all T-posts every 4 posts. There's a wooden stay, you know. Seen a lot of fences. I haven't personally seen this one, so I can't speak to whether or not I think it's sufficient. So, I guess I don't know if it's really my place to stand up here and debate the fence. I'm just an engineer. So.
Just an engineer.
So.
Engineer that fence.
I don't know. Yeah.
So maybe while you're still there, and send up, this is gonna be a question for you, but in Valley County Code 9-5A-5 under fencing, you highlighted it, and it says conditional uses adjoins agricultural uses. When a conditional use adjoins agricultural use where animal grazing is known to occur for more than 30 days consecutive per year, permittee shall cause a fence to be constructed so as to prevent the animals from entering the use area. The permittee shall provide for the maintenance of said fence through covenants, association documents, agreements with the adjoining landowners, or other form acceptable to the commission prior to the approval of the permit. So that there's reasonable assurance that the fence will be maintained in functional condition so long as the conflicting use continues. Is that agreement then for maintenance of that fence on the, when I read that, it kind of sounds like it's on the shoulders of the permittee.
Well, if you, we have historically interpreted that it says the permittee shall provide for the maintenance of said fence through CCNR's association document agreements with adjoining owners. So there's supposed to be a fencing agreement with adjoining owners or other form acceptable to the commission.
But who pays for the maintenance of it? That's my question.
Well, I think ex-chairman Hasbrook used to say, you stand in the middle and you agree to maintain that and I'll maintain that. It's historically how fences have been maintained. I don't know that we've ever made it wholly on the applicant to maintain the fence
It's about being a good neighbor.
into perpetuity. It's a good neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah, what Chairman Hasbrook's referring to is you put your left hand on the wire, you shake hands with your neighbor, and you're holding on to your half of the fence.
Right. So that's what this fencing agreement is about.
But I
It
think,
was on the P and Z commission when that was written.
but the.
My question is though, if there is a fence, who's
So,
gonna have to do it?
so my point though is that the initial move of the fence has been borne solely at the cost of the applicant.
Yes, it was.
Right, but they need to replace it with an adequate fence to keep the livestock in. And I think that it speaks to that the neighboring property should have some say what that looks like.
There has to be a fence agreement.
Yeah, we're getting into a sticky situation.
Yeah, I don't
We're
want,
relying on
gold,
assumptions
I don't want
and-
gold-plated posts or anything like
and it-
that, but.
It is an agreement between the neighbors, and it's actually a civil matter, not necessarily a planning and zoning matter.
And then that will be incorporated into the CCNRs.
Well, I mean, I do think that like the impact of this subdivision is what's creating this fence disagreement. It just wasn't handled the way it should have been.
But there was also this property with an existing fence. And, I mean, there was still two pieces of property with a fence. The fence has been replaced. I mean, just because you're putting in a subdivision isn't creating the problem.
Right.
You just need a good fence.
A good fence.
Yeah, and I think it's on the applicant and property owners to figure out what a good fence looks like and build one that meets their needs and then get a fence agreement that does it. You're on the, it sounds like for the initial fence. You worn out the old one and moved it.
Put it in
The
the CCNR.
maintenance, yeah, and get it in the CCRs.
We've done.
Created maybe an uphill battle for yourselves on agreement on what the fence looks like. Fortunately, that's gonna be, we're gonna say you need a fence agreement.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I'd be happy to upgrade the fence to match the rest of the pre-existing fence. So it is cattle
It's
proof.
here, but we're not gonna get to her.
So thank you for the information about the Frosties, but we'd be happy to upgrade the new section of fence. It's a very short section. Happy to bring it up to match the rest of the northern boundary fence.
Out of curiosity, how long a fence section are we talking about?
Less than 600 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we've already closed,
I just wanna know if it's gonna take my whole fence.
we've already closed,
Goes the fence.
well, we've already closed the public hearing portion, so. I think the fence will be addressed. At this point in time, we'll bring it back for deliberations and, see what the pleasure is of the commission. Cinda, what did you pick up for additional
Nothing.
conditions?
Picked up nothing.
We wanna make sure there's a fence agreement.
Yeah.
The fence
That's
is
a condition.
adequate.
That they
Accepted.
readdress the
And the water right for the artesian well.
Needs to be resolved.
But did you already list that as a condition or no?
I didn't realize that it was on the, it's on that applicant's property, but serving.
Yeah.
And without water right information, it's kind of hard to put a condition. I'm not sure how we want to handle that.
They have an easement on the plat.
For the water right?
Right there. It's a recorded easement. They've placed it on
Oh.
the plat.
Great. Thank you.
So our condition is they have to maintain the quality of the.
That would be an IDWR thing.
Yeah.
That's covered in
Perfect.
current law. Idaho law covered.
The condition of approval number 11 says must have a fencing plan with neighboring properties if they run livestock for over 30 days per year. Would you like that changed to say something else?
I think that they need to readdress the design, the fence, upgrade the quality of the fence for
The section that's been removed.
what is commonly found in Valley County.
Build and subpar fence.
Agricultural operations or something.
Ag.
Must upgrade fence to contain cattle.
This is a preliminary plat, correct?
Yes.
So we'll see that that's been done before the final plat's approved.
We'll see what happens if we go through yet.
Anything else?
We should probably add that condition, I'm sorry, that Mara should review the wildland urban interface fire protection plan. Okay. Start getting her involved in the.
Send it to her if they're part of the application.
Right, but-
Since they count as exhibits, we're not. She hasn't seen them.
Okay, is there further discussion? If not, are there motions?
Make a motion to approve SUB 25-014 with the stated conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve SUB 25-014 Herrick North preliminary plat. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed. There's a 10-day appeal period which anyone can appeal this decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners. Next up is conditional use permit 25-013 Co-Energy Fuel Site. Cinda? Oh, wait a minute. Is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
No, none on this side. Okay, Cinda, you're on.
Okay. CUP 25013, Co-Energy Fuel, and they're requesting a conditional use permit for a private fuel distribution site. Request to reduce the need for 4 to 6 daily fuel trips between Boise and Cascade, and the site would not be for public use. The site would include 3 30,000 double wall fuel tanks on skids and a shed to house the power panel. The tanks are approximately 14.5 feet in height. These would be surrounded by a 6-foot tall fence. Lighting would include 2 20-foot high safety lights that meet Valley County code. 4 company trucks would be parked on site. The applicant plans to add a berm between the fence, and that's gonna change because they've changed the site. Application was received May 27th. Legal notice was done, and I'm hurrying because you can't start the next application after 10. Brent Cope, Central District Health has no objections. ITD stated new approach is not required if they use the existing OK gravel entrance. Steve Hull listed his requirements. The fire chief, DEQ submitted their standard letter. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 18. How will the site be protected from potential leaks? I would like to hear that. And confirmation that you'll use the OK gravel entrance. In your pack, in your extra materials that were given to you, it shows the new location of the site, which is proposed. Kind of down in this area, right, Tom? Yep. So conditions of approval are just typical ones. They'll need a building permit for the shed. Landscaping is probably not required here because there's quite a distance to the highway, and it's surrounded by industrial type uses. Any noxious weeds in the area, Tom needs to be aware that he needs to eradicate those. And that ends my staff report.
Questions for staff?
No.
Oh, I'm glad that the site was moved off of the highway, so.
Saved a lot of questions.
Yeah, it saved a lot of my questions.
Yep.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll hear from the applicant. Try to move this along. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you.
Name and address.
Tom Olson, 21 Warner Drive. I'm sitting in for Co-Energy because I don't know if you guys read your paperwork, but the guy had to go to his kid's ball game. So anyway, I thought that was pretty important. I don't know, it's pretty self-explanatory here, what they're wanting to do. This all kind of hinges on what not Tamarack, but what Perpetua has going on at the mill or at the mine site. I think most of their traffic is going to be from here going back into Stibnite and probably servicing the local area up here with their trucks. Other than that, if I need to get on the phone, if there's some really tough questions, I'll get on the phone with them. And
I don't think so. The only thing I heard is Cinda, the question about spills or leakage. What was the question you asked?
Just put a condition on it, they have to have provisions to contain any leakage. My question was, how are they going to contain any possible leakage?
Yeah, and there's requirements like through the EPA that you have to follow for those.
Well, we have the Idaho Petroleum. I actually pulled ours up. They come in and inspect the tanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't,
That was my only question.
I think it's anything over like 150 or 300 gallons or something like that has to have some sort of a liner.
gonna have containment. This double walled on the tanks.
Oh, they are.
So Steve had to do some special research to find out, because they are quite large tanks. And so he tracked that down.
They are expensive.
When those things are there, is moving it resolved a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was envisioning a semi truck running off the road and smashing into a tank.
Right. No, I met with him. Somehow we got wires crossed where he thought I wanted to put it, and that wasn't at all where I wanted to put it. So anyway, we got
Great.
that squared away.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. We're going to open the public hearing for comments on the application. Seeing no one else in the audience willing to testify either in favor, or oppose, or undecided, let the record show that no one has testified. Close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for a decision.
I don't see any issues with it. I also want to give a shout out to OK Gravel Works because they actually have beautiful grass landscaping that covers most of their site. I think it looks great.
With the old Rainbow Bridge?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Looks better than a lot of places.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Motion's
approve
on
CUP 25-013 CO Energy Fuel Site.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion has passed. The permit will be issued in 10 days unless someone appeals it to the Board of County Commissioners.
All right, thank you guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You want your job back, Tom? Okay.
I don't envy you guys sitting here all night. Yeah.
You've been on this before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And your dad.
For about a few years, yeah. See you guys, thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Yeah, he put his time in.
Next up, conditional use permit 25-014, McCall Tree Equipment Storage, and the hour is 9:55. We made it before the 10 o'clock deadline. Is there any export take contact or conflicts of interest?
No.
No. Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead with the staff report. Cinda?
So I can take my time on this one.
No, you can't.
No.
The abridged version is appreciated.
CUP 25-14 McCall Tree Equipment Storage. The site's addressed at 236 Mackey Lane. Colton Newsom is requesting a CUP for storage of work vehicles and employee parking at his existing residence. An individual well and individual septic system are available. The 2-acre parcel is addressed at 236 Mackey Lane. 2 conditional use permits that are currently active have been issued at 228 Mackey Lane. CUP 15-10 and CUP 20-31 tall timber sawmills are at this location here. This is Bill Mackey's. This is the site of where this one is proposed. Okay. The application was submitted on May 27th. Legal notice was done in the Star News, sent to agencies, sent to neighbors, posted on site on June 24th, and posted on our Valley County website. Brent Cope, Century District Health, has no objections. Jerry Holenbeck, the Donnelly Fire Marshal, has no comments, concerns, or requirements. DEQ submitted their traditional letter. We did receive public comments on this one. Comments in opposition were from Troy and Christy Donaldson, adjacent owners at 240 Mackey Lane. And they are opposed. The 8 to 9 heavy trucks with trailers and 8 employee vehicles negatively impact the rural agricultural neighborhood due to the noise and increased road traffic. The submitted drawing is not close to scale. Where and when will vehicle maintenance occur? Will porta potties be used by employees? Property values and safety will not be negatively impacted. Will be negatively impacted. Comments in support stated that the property is maintained and neatly organized. Equipment and vehicles are neatly parked. Their comings and goings are quiet and respectful. The daily traffic is barely noticeable. And those were received from neighbors, the Gestrons, Connie Kovas, Stephen Sarah Larimore, Will Smith, and John Campbell. And the addresses were listed there. The site's relatively flat with an existing home. To the north is a single-family residential subdivision lot. And CUP 20-31 tall timber sawmill. The south and east are agricultural uses, and to the west is single-family residential subdivision. This proposal is categorized under 5 commercial uses D, area business. Different areas of the standards were listed for your review. Staff's compatibility rating is a positive 17. We asked for a revised site plan and landscaping plan, and we did receive that, and you should have it in front of you. And it's also shown on the screen. They're going to place some landscaping in these areas. So that when you're coming down the road, it screens it here. When you're driving by, it screens it from this side, and the house screens it from the west. These are the types of vegetation they're gonna plant on those berms. And you see the entrance here, the berms, and this is where things will be parked. So they kind of have screening around that area. Proposed conditions of approval. One of them I'll bring to your attention is the sign must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. Landscaping will have to be in place by November 1st of 2026. And should speak with the Valley County engineer to see if they're going to want something memorialized in a development agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for any off-site road improvements. That ends my staff report.
Cindy, is the neighbor that wrote in opposition to the west or to the north?
He is to the west.
And where is their house located in relation to
Their house is here.
the opposition? Is that,
The opposition's house is here.
okay, got it. Is there
This
any,
is a shop. Here's the applicant's house. The berms will be located here and here. They have a building permit for a shop here, and the vehicles will be stored in this location. I'll take you back to that site plan.
okay, all right.
See?
So their house sits between the storage area and the neighbor's house?
Yes.
Looks to be some trees around the applicant's house.
There's trees here and there's trees here.
Okay.
The neighbor.
So did you address, this is landscaping business, correct?
Tree cutting.
Tree cutting.
So we had a previous application here recently where we.
55.
North of there. It wasn't on 55, it was on Johnson.
That was for the excavation.
Oh, that was
excavate.
Forge.
Yeah,
Landworks.
Forge Landscape. Landworks.
I wasn't gonna use the name, but
Oh.
that's okay. But we, one of the conditions of approval that we had on that application was that they were not to store debris and have burn piles and things like that on location. I didn't see that as I'll throw that out to the commission as a consideration. We are consistent with our application. Though
I
we don't
think we
have,
can ask the applicant what their intent is.
okay. And then, is it common that we, and maybe it's a question for the applicant about hours of operation?
We have them on here
You
in the
say-
conditions. Usually it's like 7 to 7. I thought I put hours of
I
operation.
saw it too.
Oh, that was on the last one. I'm sorry. They are not on this one.
And you said it's usually like 7 to 7?
Usually it's 7 to 7 in like a gravel pit. But you might talk to the applicant because I don't know if they have trucks coming back in the evening. But that's,
Alright, that's the only two things I thought of. Okay, any other questions for staff?
No.
Seeing none, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. And you're the only person left in the room, so
No, I kinda like it.
welcome to the commission. Just say your name and address for the record.
Callis and Tim and 236 Mackey Lane. Call. I guess you guys kind of have all the information. To address the hours, we leave around like right at 7, and then they come back between 4 and 5. We have a large contract with Idaho Power, so we do all of their trimming and all of their fire mitigation for really the whole area. So that does kind of decipher the end time, because if it's a big project and they finish one at 4:15, they're not gonna start something. So, but between those hours, the only traffic is them coming, the employees parking, getting in equipment and leaving to wherever they go. It's not, we do no business at all at our residence. It's just parking. So. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have would you have an opposition to hours of operation of 7 to 7?
No. We don't ever.
And then what about the storage of the materials? Like, what we're concerned about is a bunch of tree limbs and stumps and things accumulating on site.
We don't. I mean, we have like a pile of wood that we use personally for
That's fine.
But that's the only thing. Right now, we have things because we're building a shop, but nothing to do with our business. We don't bring stumps, we don't bring brush, we don't bring anything like that home.
Do you do maintenance of the vehicles in the new shop?
Yeah, obviously. That's part of what the new shop is for. All the maintenance will be done. But where he addresses that it brings more, nobody's coming to our house to do maintenance. If it's an oil change, Colton does all the maintenance on all of our vehicles. It's not loud, it's not bringing anyone to our house. It's nothing of those sorts.
Any questions?
No.
Okay.
I would
appreciate-
ask one, do you operate during the winter?
No, so
This
we
is only
move
summer
with
months.
our contract with Idaho Power, we move everything to the valley, so we're only up here. I can't give an exact date, it's when the snow melts, we move everything back up. When the snow falls, we move it down, so really we'll only be parking for 5-6 months out of the year, I guess, depending on our. And we take, I wanna say too, with the opposition, we take the same route, we make our guys, they go down Mackey, they go down, now I can't even think of it. Norwood, and then they get right onto Lake Fork Road, onto the pavement. We have never even driven our vehicle past his house, any of our equipment. We don't dust him out, we are pretty firm with our guys that they need to be respectful and, not dust out anybody.
One last, I'm just going through the letter of opposition.
Yeah.
And their key points, and one was about restroom facilities. Do you have facilities for your employees when they're there?
I mean, they use our house if they have to, but they don't ever, most of our employees are close enough. If they needed to use the bathroom, they just go inside of our house and use the bathroom, but that doesn't happen very often. But they're not outside peeing in front of each other or, well, at least that I know of. I wouldn't assume that they are, but,
That's kind of the key to me, though, is they have facilities available to them.
oh yeah, any of them can use whatever. And I think that maybe he thinks the porta potty that we have there for the shop build, I think he might think it's there because of the employees. And so, cause I did see that he posted that, but that's just there because the building department requires it to be there, so it won't be there when the shop is done.
After it's built. And if you were here all night, which I assume you were, you probably heard us talk about another previous application where if you sell the property, because these permits are attached, it's a permit for that use on that land. If you sell the property, then the permit goes away. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No, none.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Again, I'm going to declare that the public hearing is now open, seeing no one in the audience to testify. Let the record show that there was no one to speak in favor, undecided or opposed, and we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for deliberations. Commissioners, what are your thoughts? Cinda, do you want to review any of we got the 7 to 7 hours?
Hours of operation, 7 AM to 7 PM, and then CUP will be extinguished if the property is sold.
And no storage of
Materials.
excess
Oh, sure.
slash.
From offsite.
I think they try to throw it through wood chipper anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't.
If you're gonna use that in your landscaping, that'd be awesome.
I think it is noteworthy that all the neighbors have talked about how well they have maintained their site, which is a big plus, and kudos to you guys. That's a big part of my decision, is that you have the majority of your neighbors telling us that you take care of things, and we understand it's a industrial use, kind of commercial / industrial. We appreciate you
Yeah, thank you. Okay, is there any motions?
I will move to approve CUP 25-014 McCall Tree Equipment Storage with stated conditions. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Motion is to approve conditional use permit 25-014 McCall Tree Equipment Storage with the stated conditions. Any other discussion on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion has passed, and a conditional use permit will be issued within 10 days, of which anyone can appeal our decision to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for your patience this evening, and you've been here for 4 hours and 10 minutes, so thank you. Next on our agenda is the other items. Cinda, I don't know how many of these you want to go through this evening, but we do need to do facts and conclusions.
Right, so the agricultural protection area ties to the land workshop scheduling. We're gonna talk to the APA Commission about having a workshop done by a group. I don't have the information with me. What?
It should be standing up, or it's in there. I think they got.
And they do a ties to the land workshop. It's a ties to the land workshop, exactly what I said. Anyway, they do it to try to inspire people to put their land into these agricultural protection areas, conservation easements, that type of thing.
Ken wants to go.
We're gonna work on getting a workshop scheduled for Valley County. I'm gonna probably let the APA Commission take the lead on that. Okay. And then the second thing is the comprehensive plan next steps. Do you think we should, I know it's not polished, I know the numbers are wrong. We have to change a few things, Brad identified a few things. Do you want to have another work session before we polish it to present to the public? Or do you want me to just do that and get it out for hearing? And there's one thing I do want to go back and check. And that's, make sure the language concerning protection of water quality around our lakes and our rivers is strong enough to allow us to, come up with some standards for better water quality protection.
Yeah, I'd like to see it before it is final format with what you're referring to. And maybe if you could maybe email it to us, and hopefully I'll get it this time.
Well, I don't know why you didn't get it.
I don't know why I didn't.
Everybody else got it. And I sent it again to you today.
Thank you.
But there's,
I don't have any concerns with content.
Right.
It was mostly the things you're gonna add as you final polish.
right,
Okay. I was curious if like we always refer to them as the blob maps,
Okay.
are going to be part of the comprehensive plan.
yes, they're in there. Vicinities. They were the purple, green ones.
Not sure how I missed them, but I'll go back.
They're there. They're in the land use section.
Okay.
You probably got wrapped around them, the impact areas.
As long as those are in there, I don't have anything that is content related. I support the.
Or he fell
surrounding
asleep.
Water language. Including the edit meeting. I would feel comfortable since it goes out at least in part as a publication of the Board of Commissioners. I would like to see a final draft before it goes to publish, but give me 24 hours with it. And
You guys are gonna have a public hearing.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you're fine with me putting it out for the public hearing.
But I think I'd like to see it.
Okay.
And maybe with your, do your tune-ups to it or whatever you're gonna do. And then this other language on the
Water quality
water
stuff.
quality, I'd really like to see that.
Yeah, before we polish it and get all the table of contents and all that stuff done, I'm gonna want everybody's recommended revisions. And we called it a future land use map, not a block map.
So technical.
Good. I like that better than blob map actually, but I think with some of the discussions and the things we heard in the hearings for the area of impact, I think that'll actually go a long ways to let people know we're not,
We're just not willy-nilly.
yeah.
You might be loosey-goosey.
That's Heidi.
For the difference.
We're losing it.
October.
Rescheduling the P and Z meeting for
Yes.
October.
I'd like to push it back 1 week. I have a floodplain conference and a planning conference, and that would leave no time for us to get the staff reports and things completed.
I will be gone the second and third weeks. I would not change it based on that because.
You wouldn't be here anyway for the 9th.
I'm good with the 16th. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes.
16th?
Mm-hmm.
That works for me.
Just this event.
I will be back on Wednesday, so that works for me.
I will be back.
We'll have a quorum,
Okay.
hopefully.
Obviously, if I can make it, I'll make it, but 16th.
You'll get the packet anyway.
I love it. Okay, facts and conclusions. It is an action item. If someone would like to move, I think we can handle them all in one motion unless there's any conflicts of interest that, where you have to conflict out.
These stapled ones you signed?
Yeah. They've already,
You're gonna have
yeah,
to.
they're ready to go.
Yep. I will move to approve our facts and conclusions and authorize the commissioner or the chairman to sign sub 25-003, CUP 25-008, CUP 25-010, and CUP 25-011.
Is there a second? Second that. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And you're abstaining.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you recuse yourself?
Yes, I'm recused.
Okay, that being said, anything else come before the commission this evening? We stand adjourned.
Perfect.
And the recording is
Hold on.
It is 10:15.
I'm trying to get my mouse to